Good evening everyone, welcome back to our session, and we are discussing chapter 1, and today we are going to complete chapter 1 and then look at few important questions. Over the weekend you may not have any class, but my suggestion would be to revise the chapter 1 and try to answer the questions in chapter 1, right? Screen is visible. Right. Yeah. So today, so what was that we have discussed in last class? Okay, Mulki and non-Mulki movement. Then public movements related to the post-Mulki movement, library movement. Yes, Mulki agitation, Nizam Andhra Mahasabha, library movement. So library movement definitely has its own significance in the context of Telangana state, okay, or the erstwhile Hyderabad state. Okay, and we've also seen how the Mulki rules were defined through various nizams, farmanas, okay, how Nizam's Farmana 1990 defined the Mulki rules. 1933, it wanted to reiterate the Mulki rules, so on and so forth. And we have also seen that the concept of Mulki was not an immediate concept. It was there right from the days of Bahmani in the form of Deccanese versus Afakis, and how even during the Bahmani kingdom, the outsiders had their own say. For example, Mahmud Gawan, and how the issue was subsided till the Kuli Qutub Shahs were there, and again during the Asaf Jahis, how the issue got how the issue got precipitated, and how the Mulki movement started gaining the traction from the time of Afzalud Dawla, and later the Mehboob Ali Khan, and how Salarjung 1 and 2 were indirectly responsible for the rise of Mulki movement, and how the educational reforms by the Salarjung and the subsequent establishment of Usmania University helped to bud a new class who were educated, well informed about their rights, who wanted to bring about a socio-economic transformation in the state of Hyderabad. And apart from demanding the Mulki rule implementation, they wanted to spread the awareness about the social reforms, educational reforms, economic equality, and through non-political movements like library movements and Nizamandra movement, they wanted to spread the awareness among the people about importance of education, social reforms, educational reforms, etc. Though the Nizam was not inclined to helped those movements. They somehow convinced him to get the movements done. But over a period of time, we have seen that these movements, which started as social movements, slowly turned into political movements and started challenging the Nizam rule itself. Yes? Is that the gist of what we have learned in the last class, or something we have missed? Right. So today we are going to discuss one more important movement called Vandemataram movement, and then proceed to the concept of how the Hyderabad was merged into the Union of India. What were the impact of this merger? Okay. What was the military rule? Who is Mr. Vellodi, and what was the rule during his time? How were the Mulki rules again, ignored during the army rule and the Vellodi rule? And that ends your first chapter. Okay. As usual, in general, whenever you are doing history, be it Telangana movement or your modern history, ancient history, medieval history, Telangana history and culture, whatever it is, the basics should be very strong. Okay. If your chapter 1 is very strong, even in this paper, you will understand the entire episode of Telangana movement. Because why we are spending conscious time on chapter 1 is, this is the base. The moment your base is clear, from next classes onwards, we just go through different movements and different phases of Telangana movement, and you will try to connect it with chapter 1 and just understand. So chapter 1, that's why you go back through the slides. If possible, I'll be sending the slides by tomorrow morning in the form of PDF. It will be posted by Vinay or someone in the reflections group. Please go through the entire content of these 45 slides or so on. Sit down over the weekend, spend 2 or 3 hours of time, go through all the slides and then start answering the questions. I'm sure the moment you do that, you'll feel super confident of this chapter. Entire chapter, you can simply throw the book and just again pick up during the exam time. If you don't do it, you will be really unclear of what you have studied in the class. Okay. So my suggestion is, do that over the weekend, go through the entire content of our classes, and then sit down and write answers on your own. Don't look at the slides. Don't look at the textbooks. Write the answers on your own from what you have, the knowledge you have received in the classroom, in our conversation. From that, you start writing answers. And if you do that regularly, the paper 6 will be cakewalk for you. Okay. So our target is also that we have to ensure that, all the 20 odd people present in this module should feel like, super confident about the paper 6. Okay. So coming to the next important public movement, which again received pan-India attention. Okay. Pan-India attention at national level coverage is the Vandemataram movement. Okay. Vandemataram movement. Okay. What happened is, we have seen in the last classes that Nizam has issued this GO number 53, which clearly stated that no meetings and conferences shall be allowed without the permission of Nizam in the state of Hyderabad. Right? Without the permission of Nizam in the state of Hyderabad. But the Nizamandra movement people convinced Nizam to allow them for meetings, and that is well known. So people like Madapati Hanumantrao and others, to bypass this GO 53, went to other states and conducted meetings regarding the situation of Hyderabad. Okay. So this is just the context. This was happening already. So in Usmania University, what happened is every hostel had its own prayer room. Hostel A, hostel B, hostel C. So every hostel had its own prayer room. In such context, in a hostel called Hostel B, along with the daily prayers, one particular day, based on the nationalist feeling and the speeches of people like Madapati Hanumantarao, the students got aroused and they sang Vandemataram on Dasara. In that particular hostel, majority people were Hindus. So on one Dashara day, in a prayer hall, they sang Vandemataram. So Vandemataram was a nationalist song and written in last 1895, 1896. So it was a national song at that point of time. And reciting Vandemataram was a big kind of insult to the Nizam kingdom, because Nizam was suppressing anything which was nationalistic in nature. And these people, inspired by leaders like Madapadi Hanumantarao and others, sang Vandemataram song in the Hostel B prayer room. This became a huge issue. The ward members and all, they have immediately taken action against the students. The university has taken cognizance of the issue because it was acting under the pressure of Nizam. Nizam has advised the university to take action against the students. So the students were called and they were prohibited. They were prohibited from entering the university. Such a petty issue became a very big issue, because as per Nizam, Vandemataram was banned. And these people have done something which was banned and they were rusticated from the universities. So what happened? This triggered anger among other students, because they felt this issue did not require so much serious punishment. So they stood behind these students, and as a result, the entire university flared up on this particular issue and got divided. In 1938, a movement started on this name, where the students started demanding that Vandemataram should be allowed. And all the students who were doing the strike were asked to vacate the campuses and rooms. This further annoyed the students, saying that our demand is genuine. Instead of honoring our demand, you guys are asking us to leave the rooms. And hence they gathered in huge number and they went on strike against the decision. This particular movement by Usmania University students was supported throughout the state by students of other universities. So Nizam was really annoyed. He did not expect this kind of reaction from the students. He said, all the students who are participating in this particular movement, all the students who are supporting this particular movement shall be removed from the universities and shall not be given any admission at all. So for example, if someone is in BA second year, he has to leave from BA second year. He cannot continue BA third year. So this was really a serious punishment on the part of students by the Nizam. So the students did not budge. They said, okay, boss, you do whatever you want. So they went to other universities like Andhra University. But Andhra University did not honor their request to admit them, because Andhra University in Valter was receiving funds from the Nizam of Hyderabad. So if they angered the Nizam, they were very much prone to not get the funds. So Andhra University said, no, we cannot do anything. So immediately what our students of Usmania University and other university were removed from the colleges, went and requested Mr. Jadhav in Nagpur University, Kedar in Nagpur University. And this Mr. Kedar, the Vice Chancellor of Nagpur University, agreed to admit the students in Nagpur University, and with the help of Nagpur University, all the students who were removed from the Usmania College and other colleges of the Hyderabad state could complete their degrees and come out with the degrees. This particular issue and the action of Nizam, where he has treated the students in a very unfair way, was highlighted throughout the country by the national media. National leaders at that point of time, like Mahatma Gandhi, Subhash Chandra Bose, all appreciated the efforts of the students of Usmania University. They said their sacrifices will not go unnoticed. They will be remembered forever in the history of national movement and the struggle against the Nizam. They were all treated as the valiant soldiers of nationalism. So in this context, some of the students were P.V. Narasimha Rao, N. Ramchandra Reddy, Marichanna Reddy, etc. They all participated in this Vandemataram movement and made it a grand success. And even though the Nizam did not allow them to complete the degrees from the Usmania University, they have gone to Nagpur University and they have completed their degrees. And this was a very big successful movement in the state of Hyderabad. It was during 1938. Is the Vandemataram movement clear? Just go through the slide for a minute. Mr. Kedar. Any doubts here, Vandemataram movement? Okay. Now coming to the last and important topic of your chapter 1. Okay. Merger of Hyderabad state into Indian Union. So very interesting timeline, interesting subtopic. Okay. And something which has direct impact on the present day Hyderabad. We all know that. We all have listened to Operation Polo, and what Operation Polo means, we all are aware. But there are certain points which are new for us with regard to the merger of Hyderabad state into Indian Union. This is from Telangana perspective. Okay, this is we have got the perspective of Union of India from our modern history, where Kashmir, Hyderabad, Junagadh, these three places did not yield. And in Junagadh, there was a plebiscite. In Hyderabad, there was Operation Polo. In Kashmir, the issue went to UN. So all these we have studied in our post-modern history. Yes, reorganization of states, the chapter name is. In the chapter, Hyderabad is one of the heading, and it is clearly explained, that perspective is from the Hyderabad perspective, it's from the center perspective and the history of India level. So in the history of Hyderabad or in the history of Telangana, the version is same, but the defense of, there is a blame on Indian government for conducting Operation Polo. Okay, as far as our textbooks are concerned and as far as the content about this particular topic is concerned, the stand is that Nizam was deceived by the government of India when it comes to certain assurances. What are those assurances? In what way the Nizam was deceived? That we'll try to know. So the first is, we know that government of India was signing different kinds of agreements with different states. One such agreement was standstill agreement in 1947. Okay, standstill agreement means status quo. You be part of India, but you do whatever you want and you do whatever you are doing as on date. That is standstill, means status quo. We all know that during the cabinet mission plan of 1946, states were given the option of joining or not joining India or Pakistan. In Mountbatten Plan 1947, states were not given any option. States means princely states. Princely states, 562 princely states, they were not given any option with regard to joining or not joining. You have to join. That is the condition of Mountbatten Plan. But you have to join Pakistan or India based on the choice. That is Mountbatten Plan. All the princely states should mandatorily join either India or Pakistan. Got it? Here, Hyderabad was also given the same condition that it should join India or Pakistan as per the Mountbatten Plan 1947. But the Majlis, the Razakars, Majlis here are the Razakars, did not allow Nizam to join any country, either India or Pakistan, because they felt Hyderabad was very self-sufficient for itself. It had a lot of resources, it had a lot of money, it has good connection with the port cities of Goa. So they need not depend on anyone. And the Razakars wanted Nizam to be independent. And they kept the discussions going on with the government of India post 15th August 1947 also. So to continue the discussions with the government of India, Nizam appointed a committee. Committee was having two members. One is the Walter and then Aliwar Zeng. So this committee was appointed by Nizam to discuss with the government of India about the future course of action with regard to the state of Hyderabad. So this person called Qasim Razvi, the head of Razakars, was unhappy with the stand of Nizam. He was afraid that Nizam would yield to the request or the proposal of government of India, and hence he started very violent form of slogans. Freedom for Hyderabad, Hyderabad for Hyderabadis. he gave slogans to flare up the people and to indirectly control Nizam so that he would not yield to the government of India request of accessing Hyderabad to the Union of India. And one more person, Hakamat Alu Guzar, he proposed Hyderabad as an independent country by the name Usmanistan, named by the last Nizam of Hyderabad, Usman Ali Khan. He said Usmanistan should be an independent country like India and Pakistan. The State Congress of Hyderabad was not happy with the stand of these extremists and was afraid that Nizam would yield to Razakars and people like Hakamat Alu Guzar. It said any decision with regard to the state being part of India or not is the decision of the people of Hyderabad and not the Nizam alone. And Congress, obviously, because the Congress also was at power in the center, the state Congress said, we support the idea of getting united with the India. Amongst all this confusion, after 15th August 1947, Nizam simply said and declared that yes, henceforth Hyderabad is an independent country. They said Hyderabad is an independent country. And the government of India did not agree to it and called the Nizam for discussion. So there were discussions with government of India. Temporarily, government of India also accepted the status quo up to October 1947. They said, you be independent, but you will still be part of India. The standstill agreement will be still there. You cannot be an independent country. You will be independent in all aspects, but please accept standstill. So Nizam, the representative of Nizam, came back from Delhi. And in that meeting, Kazim, Razvi, Iyengar, and Nizam's advisors were all present. Kazim Razvi said, I will not agree for standstill. How can we be part of India? We are an independent country, independent state, independent nation. Nizam simply asked a question. If at all, if there is a war with India, what is the position of Hyderabad to face that war? People then were in dilemma. They were afraid of the fact, they were afraid of the point that Indian army would attack Hyderabad, and they were very much knew that Hyderabad did not have the resources or the power to fight against India's might. And hence, people like Iyengar, who were very practical in their approach, they said, sir, why to go and mess up with India? Let's accept standstill, because in standstill they are saying we are still autonomous. Let's not make things complicated. But Kazim Razvi was not convinced by this stand. He was indirectly forcing Nizam to declare and still that India should be Hyderabad should be an independent country. In this force, he forced Nizam to get arms, secret arms, from a person called Sidney Cotton. Hyderabad was now involved in bringing huge chunks of secret arms from Australia because of force from people like Kazim Razvi. In this process, Nizam has even written to UNO. He has written to UNO Security Council saying that Hyderabad, as per the British government wishes, wants to be an independent country. However, India is forcing us to join its union. This particular merger will be not in the interest of people of India as well as Hyderabad and will lead to unnecessary violence. This was something which Nizam has written to United Nations Security Council. But somehow it was never taken up at Security Council. And even when it was taken up, the union government at India was not willing to participate in the debate. They simply said, this is internal matter of India. Better UNSC doesn't involve. In this time, the Nizam received moral support from Pakistan. The Pakistan foreign minister, that is the external affairs minister, raised the point of Hyderabad in UNSC on behalf of Hyderabad. This particular aspect has annoyed the government of India, that if not controlled, the situation of Hyderabad will go out of hand. And very soon, we will be forced to forego Hyderabad if we do not take stringent action. In this context, they called this person who was in charge of Razakars, Kazim Razvi. They invited him to Delhi. Boss, please come to Delhi once. There, Sardar Patel had deliberations with Kazim Razvi. He proposed a referendum. He said, why are you so bothered? And why is Nizam so bothered? Let people of Hyderabad decide their fate. Let there be a referendum. Let there be a plebiscite. Whatever is the outcome of referendum, we as the government of India will accept the result. First, let the referendum happen. Kazim Razvi did not want referendum because both Kazim Razvi and Nizam were afraid that if there was any referendum, because you please remember, by the time the educated youth like Gurugula Ramakrishna Rao, P.V. Narasimha Rao, Madapati Hanumanta Rao, Pingali Venkatram Reddy, all of them were very much enlightened, educated. There might be a chance that they may go and accept to be part of India for greater benefits. Hence, Nizam and Kazim Razvi were not ready. Kazim Razvi agreed for standstill finally and said that standstill will continue for 1 more year. Meanwhile, if government of India or if Nizam of Hyderabad violate the conditions of standstill, there will be deliberations to settle the issue. In standstill, there are certain agreements like Nizam is autonomous, but still government of India had certain control over him. So if someone violate the standstill, Nizam, the violations will be discussed instead of any force. They all agreed, so Kazim Razvi came back. But meanwhile, what happened is, the internal situation of Nizam state started to worsen. Why? It was because of the communist movement. The communist movement was going on with full vigor. The communists were people who were opposing the feudal nature of Telangana. The landlord's nature, the Patwaris, the Deshmukhs, all were being opposed by the communists. And these Deshmukhs took the help of Nizam and Razakars to suppress the communist movement. So the Razakars were actually acting against the communists. And they were doing very grave crimes. very grave crimes like killing people, raping women, abducting children, beheading the people, all bad deeds these Razakars were doing in the name of controlling the communists. So the Razakars versus communists became a very serious issue and led to a very big law and order issue in the state of Hyderabad. And over a period of time, more than 1 lakh of Razakars were there in the state of Hyderabad who were virtually dictating terms to the Nizam through Kazim Razvi. And on the instruction of Kazim Razvi, Nizam started accumulating secret weapons. And Government of India got the information about this particular activity by Nizam. They said, Nizam is going to accumulate secret weapons, we need to stop it. And parallelly, this person called Kazim Razvi was giving extremely inflammatory speeches. These speeches threatened Hindus. And to add salt to the wound, a person called Layak Ali was appointed the Diwan or Prime Minister. This Layak Ali was a relative of Muhammad Ali Jinnah. So already there was a trust breach in the Nizam state, the Razakars versus communists. And add to that, the fanatic speeches of Razvi alienated Hindus. And further to add salt to that wound, Layak Ali, a relative of Jinnah, was appointed Prime Minister. So complete breach of trust against the state mechanism. And when the Indian government came to know about the misdeeds of Razakars, the Indian government suggested Nizam, boss, please stop this Razakar system. Please stop this Razakar system. So Nizam was quite clever. What he did, he understood that the Union of India is going to hatch a conspiracy against him and is in a plan to take over Hyderabad, because Union of India got the information that Nizam is accumulating weapons, so they wanted to take over Hyderabad. Communists were banned by the Nizam. Razakars were fighting communists. There was a chaotic situation, and there were a lot of law and order issue. So what the Nizam cleverly did is, he said, communists are fighting for a genuine cause, and hence I am lifting all the ban on communists. And communist, Razakars, and all the fighting groups should come together and achieve Azad Hyderabad. See the change in stance, drastic stance. To protect from Government of India, he tried to join two warring groups and called for Azad Hyderabad. Immediately there was change of relationship. So Razakars felt, okay, communists are no more banned. Now they are also part of Nizam's army. So we all will support the cause of Azad Hyderabad. So local communists also thought, okay, if Nizam is yielding to our social reforms, what is the purpose of fighting against Nizam? We will also support Azad Hyderabad. But national level communists felt really shocked. They said, no, this is not our stand. Our stand is that we are with Union of India. In this context, Government of India understood the game of Nizam. They said, you please come and sign the agreement, heads of agreement. you please come and sign the heads of agreement. If not, it will be really difficult for us to stop any action against you. So Nizam said, Layak Ali will decide. Layak Ali refused to sign the heads of agreement which was proposed by India. Mountbatten has warned Nizam, if you don't sign heads of agreement, you will be in danger of Hyderabad being attacked by the Union of India. Nizam did not listen to Mountbatten, and the state congress was opposed to Nizam. It was requesting the government of India to come and take over the state of Hyderabad and make it part of Union. So amongst all this drama, on 13th September 1948, Operation Polo was announced. It was called police action, where Hyderabad state was sent police by the Union of India. It was in the name that we are sending police to suppress the communist movement and the issue of law and order in the Nizam state. And the police came, took everyone in control, took Nizam into confidence, and finally the Nizam had to sign the accession of Hyderabad into the state of, into the Union of India. This is the history of accession. Clear? See how Nizam treated them is he has given them the bait of Azad Hyderabad. And many educated people like Pingali Venkatram Reddy also got tricked by Nizam. See, it's like, assuring them better benefits. If Hyderabad was an independent country, the local people would have more say, right? Amulya, Hyderabad did not have any Congress, but we knew that, right? In the Vaman Nayak, I have told you about Vaman Nayak, right? He was the head of district committee of Hyderabad. So slowly it was taking roots. Hyderabad was taking roots. Hyderabad Congress was taking roots. Okay. And over a period of time, they had their own independent unit. Though it was not recognized by the Nizam, it was being present. Some or the other person were present. Yes. Anything else? See, heads of the agreement. Okay, missed this question. Heads of the agreement is slightly different from standstill because now the government of India was pushing for plebiscite. If you see the Kazim Razvi, when he went to Delhi itself, the government was pushing for plebiscite. So Kazim Razvi did not agree, and then there was a mutual consensus for a standstill agreement, and he came back. But now, when the situation was going out of control in Nizam state, the government of India was putting forward the heads of agreement, in which it was clear that the state would go for plebiscite, and hence they were not agreed. Somehow Nizam was not convinced that the moment we go for plebiscite, he was afraid that the majority would agree to be part of India. See, because the ambience was such, like, there was already some growing opposition for Nizam, and then the vibrancy of national leaders like Nehru, who were giving speeches during independence and all. The media was publishing all those. The new sentiment of India, which got free from the clutches of 200 years of British rule, and so much of promises being made for this young nation. So in that moment, if someone is going for plebiscite, obviously we all know the outcome. So probably Nizam also knew that outcome, and hence he was always opposing the plebiscite. And Nizam already has sufficient examples. Wherever the plebiscite happened, there the majority was in the favor of union only. Like Junagadh. The example of Junagadh, where the plebiscite happened, the ruler was Muslim, but the majority agreed for being part of India. Clear? Okay. So the last aspect of the chapter 1, employment policies under military rule. So the Indian Army entered. So we know the police entered on the 13th September 1948. It was a 5-day operation. By 17th evening, Nizam has surrendered. Okay. So when Nizam surrendered, one minute. When Nizam surrendered, Government of India has sent an army major general called Jayantonath Chowdhury, also called as J.N. Chowdhury. This J.N. Chowdhury was sent to Hyderabad. So Nizam did not have any idea why this military general has come to Hyderabad. At the same time, Government of India has sent one more person as its representative. He was called K.M. Munshi. We all know K.M. Munshi, right? He played active role in formation of constitution also. So K.M. Munshi was the representative of the Government of India to deliberate and discuss with the Nizam the way forward after the Operation Polo. And then when K.M. Munshi came, he has assured Nizam that, okay, boss, we have taken over Hyderabad through Operation Polo, but you are still absolute. You will be given enough freedom. You will be given certain pension of 1 crore rupees. You will be having access to your jewelry. You will be having access to your property. Everything you will be having. But, okay, you can go ahead and form a new government, a kind of democratic government with the help of King of Berar. You and King of Berar discuss and come and form a neat government under the aegis of Government of India. This was proposed by K.M. Munshi. Okay, this was proposed by K.M. Munshi. So Nizam thought, okay, fine. what is there, what it's a big deal. I'm still the absolute person with regard to the government of India. Sorry, with regard to the state of Hyderabad. I'll join hands with King of Berar and form a government. We will report to government of India because now we are still absolute. That's what Nizam thought. So with this person, J.N. Chaudhary, so Nizam said, okay, Mr. Chaudhary, let me form the government. This Chaudhary said, no, sir, we are going to impose martial law in the state of Hyderabad. So K.M. Munshi, who was the representative of government of India, he told form new government along with Berar. J.N. Chaudhary is saying martial law is going to be implemented. And then Nizam came to know about the true intentions of government of India. That is, they did not want Nizam to have complete power. So hence, in the aftermath of Operation Polo, immediately military rule was applied to the state of Hyderabad. Military rule was proposed in the state of Hyderabad. This shocked the Nizam because even during Operation Polo, the Operation Polo came into picture as to suppress the communists. But they took over the state of Hyderabad. After that, K.M. Munshi said, no, Nizam, you are still the absolute for Hyderabad. Under government of India, you form the government. And now they are saying, Nizam, you please step back. It's military rule. So if he thought it is a very deceiving step from government of India. But he had no option. By the time the state was under government of India. And this person, J.N. Chaudhary, remained as military governor general of Hyderabad till 1st December 1949. After J.N. Chaudhary, what happened during J.N. Chaudhary is the military, like what we are seeing today in the complaints with regard to AFSPA, Armed Forces Special Powers Act in the Northeast, the military under J.N. Chaudhary, in the name of suppressing communists, have done a lot of atrocities against the weak, against the poor, against the women in the rural hinterlands of Telangana. On knowing this, Jawaharlal Nehru was shocked and he said he withdrew J.N. Chaudhary and sent a civil servant, M.K. Vellodi, and appointed him as the head, that is the public administration, head of public administration in the state of Hyderabad. And the Nizam was asked to pass a GO to this extent to legitimize Vellodi to be the public administrator in the state of Hyderabad. So this system continued till 25th January 1950. On 25th January 1950, that is one day before the Republic Day, Nizam was appointed the Raja Pramukh of Hyderabad state. So the communists who were now being suppressed by the army were now targeting the root cause for this entire episode, which was Nizam and Razakars. So the communists were targeting the Nizams, police, Razakars, but these people had now the support of government of India, and the army under J.N. Chaudhary has crushed the communists. And as a result, the communists started taking the path of guerrilla wars, violence against the Indian army. To understand the army excesses on the communists, Pandit Sundarlal was appointed, and Pandit Sundarlal committee report gave a very detailed note about the army excesses in the state of Hyderabad till 1949 under J.N. Chowdhury. This report was shocking, and it was not released to the public for almost 70 to 75 years. Even today, that report is there in the museum, National Museum of Delhi. The report of Pandit Sundarlal Committee. How badly Indian Army behaved with the people of Hyderabad. Okay. So the Indian military rule continued till 1951-52. And for the first time, on the 6th March of 1952, democratic elections were held in the state of Hyderabad, and Burgula Ramakrishna Rao was the first chief minister of the Hyderabad state. So the violation of Mulki rules under Mr. M.K. Vellodi and its implications. So what happened after the army takeover? Mulkis expected some positive steps in the local employment. See, after all, the local employment was never agreed or implemented during Nizam. Now Nizam has gone away. Government of India has come. In place of them, army is ruling. So the educated youth of Hyderabad state felt something positive. Okay, let's wait for some positive news for Mulkis. But what happened? Government of India started filling the government jobs of Hyderabad with people from Madras, Bombay, Central Province, and so on. Moreover, Mr. Vellodi was taking anti-Muslim stance because of the influence of Razakars. They thought the Razakars are the key culprits. So Razakars are basically Muslims, but it was not true. Razakars had a lot of Hindu people also. So the overall perception was like Razakars were Muslims. So let's take anti-Muslim stance. So people with Urdu medium, people who studied Urdu medium were all not given any jobs. On knowing this stance, Jawaharlal Nehru opposed, saying that you cannot discriminate people on the basis of religion or language. Be fair and impartial to everyone. But still, what happened? The official language of Osmania University was changed to English. The Hindu Mulkis who got educated in Telugu and English were happy. But what about the people who read degrees in Urdu medium? They were not happy, because already during Salar Jung, the language got changed to Persian to Urdu. There already people were in disadvantage. Now when they are reading Urdu, from Urdu to English, again disadvantage. And Mr. M.K. Vellodi called lot of people from Madras and Andhra who were all Telugu speaking. And their Telugu was different from Telugu of Telangana. They were all feeling that Telangana's Telugu is not Telugu at all. They started humiliating the Telugu spoken by the people of Telangana. And the Article 39, there was an Article 39 passed sometime back when Nizam was there to entertain certain Mulki rules. So the Article 39 was now completely modified to change the Mulki rules. So what was that modification of Article 39? So the 9 rules of Mulki, again by and large intact or in line with what were the Mulki rules during the 1933 Farman. So what happened is, if the subject is born in Hyderabad by birth and by residence, if his father is 15 years in government service, or wife of a Mulki, or by residence he becomes a Mulki, he will be called a Mulki. If the father is Mulki, the son will become Mulki. If they are staying in Hyderabad for 15 years and have no idea to return back, and if they go to the nearby magistrate with an affidavit saying that, sir, we are here for last 15 years, we want to be called as locals of Hyderabad. If the magistrate signs that affidavit, they become Mulkis. If a woman marries a local man, that woman becomes Mulki. Rule 6 mentions the authority to issue the Mulki certificate, that is the Subedar or the magistrate with regard to the affidavit. Rule 7, if there are any consequences of the wrong certificate produced, what is that consequence? It mentioned in the Rule 7. Rule 8, if the certificate, if you apply for Mulki certificate, if your certificate is rejected, you can go and appeal to a Subedar. And Rule 9 was conditions on which the Mulki certificate can be rejected. So there was an elaborate extension about this so-called Article 39, which was amended during the J.N. Chaudhary time. So the definition of Mulki was again expanded, and in a way it was already said that Mulki should be given preference over the government in the government jobs. However, again, the rules, the Mulki rules were not implemented in letter and spirit. The entire exercise of Mulki and local employment failed. And then the person called K.V. Rangareddy demanded for implementation of Mulki rules in toto. He demanded for Mulki rules in toto. So what this M.K. Vellodi government did, they simply passed an act saying that with regard to government jobs, Mulki rules need not be followed. So completely contradicting stand of the past fight. They said government jobs are open for all. What is the reason Mulki should get government jobs? Government jobs are open to everyone. And this started the beginning of injustice. Influx of non-locals into the government jobs of Hyderabad state. Already there are a lot of youth coming out of universities of Hyderabad state, like Usmania University, University of Warangal, and education reforms. They are all now trained in Telugu, English, Urdu, and they are all aspiring that yes, now we are no more under the control of Nizam. We are under the control of New India. So we are going to get justice with regard to the local employment. All that hopes are dashed. So many educated youth who were aspiring for that empowerment through the government jobs became restless. And this entire restlessness resulted into an agitation. In July 1952, it was called non-Mulki, it was called as Mulki movement, Mulki agitation, where slogans like non-Mulki go back, Idli Sambar go back. So they were referring to the Andhra people and Madras people who were being encouraged by the Vellodi government to come and become the part of the government servants of Hyderabad state. So that is the history of Mulki movement till the formation of Hyderabad state and its merger into Union of India. Yes, please. So with this, we complete our chapter 1 and rule number 3, rules 9. Rule 3 is like, you know, if you're staying in Hyderabad for 15 years and, for example, if someone is coming from Madras, they don't want to go back to Madras and they are here for 15 years. It is like a citizenship by natural staying, right? Like that. So they write, give it in writing that, sir, we don't want to go back to our Madras. We want to be called as Mulkis. If the magistrate is giving the signature, they will become Mulkis. Point 4 and 5 are same. Yes. Yes. Some of the rules are reiterating the rules above. So don't get confused. It's again like, you know, the Mulki rules of 1933 and all. By and large, the Mulki rules were same. If you see the history of Mulki rules, they are more or less the same throughout the history, right? Are you able to connect with the initial Mulki rules also during Salar Jung, the Gazette of 1888? If you see from that time, the Mulki rules are same, except that 12 years, 15 years, small changes are there. But still, if someone is a son of Mulki, becomes Mulki. If you marry a Mulki, you become a Mulki. If you are residing in the state of Hyderabad, you become Mulki. And the same rules are now applicable to Group 1 also. See, Pradeep, really not sure about what the prelims is going to be like, because there is no paper 6 in prelims, but it says the culture of Telangana or history of Telangana. So this falls under history of Telangana. They may ask or may not ask. So be prepared. Just let's be prepared. In prelims portion, this paper is not there. It's not mentioned. But history of Telangana is mentioned. So be ready. Anything before 2014 is history, right? So, so this condition I have not seen. Maybe for them it will be that 15 years stay. Mulki women marrying non-Mulki. Generally, see, at that time it was a patriarchal society. So what I am assuming is, if Mulki woman marries a non-Mulki, she'll move out of Hyderabad state, right? As simple as that. If they are staying, then maybe the 15 years rule will be applicable. Right? Clear? So let's do a few questions and then wind up the session for today. Oh yeah, this you have done. Salarjung, Salarjung. See the question number 4. The answer for question number 4, please. Yeah, correct, Jaber. For this question, what will you write? Got only one reply? Yeah, good, Jaber. You got it. It's like sequence of events you have to mention. Fifth question. Okay. So for fifth question, instead of typing, any one of you unmute and tell me the answer. Any one of you. Fifth question. Need not be perfect answer, just the points which you are able to recollect. Anyone? You're able to unmute or no? Okay, who wants to go? I'll unmute them. Lift your hand. You can do that, I hope. Who wants to go for fifth question? Amolya. Okay, I'll unmute. Yeah. Can you unmute Amolya?
Hello.
Yeah, please go on.
Basically, I think because of the initial reforms that were starting to be issued by Salar Jung, one of them is Urdu and English being made the official languages. These people were educated in Persian. The education rate was itself low, but again, the official language being changed. I think that is the start of the series of events, and uh, that has led to some kind of discontent in the people. And when they started looking at the numbers uh, in the civil list of employees, also they found a great disparity among the level of
And
the
non-Mulkis.
pay and so I think that is the series of events which led to
Very
desert
good.
of 1880.
Very good, Amulya.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, next for sixth question. So you covered most of the points. Good. You can mute yourself. Sixth question, who wants to go? Raise your hand. Sixth question. Anyone? No? You studied this. Nizam's Farman of 1919. Basically, it gave the laid down the rules for Mulki rules. What are those Mulki rules? Farman of 1919. Okay, Ishwar. Okay, Ishwar, you can go.
Yes, so like in 1919, Pamana of Nizam, there were many rules that were given, like the Mulkis were to be, only Mulkis were to be given jobs, and the people born in Nizam state under the conditions, like what are the conditions to be called a Mulki, so that had a I mean, that had a direct relation to the Mulki.
So these are Mulki rules of 1919. These were again reiterated in 1933. Okay. Please do remember these Mulki rules, because these are the ones who are repeating, which are repeating even after the Vellodi Commission, Vellodi administration. Okay. You see these Mulki rules and the final Mulki rules, no major change, right? These rules. Okay. Nizam's People Association, seventh question. So here you are supposed to write their aims, objectives, and then how it was cleverly split by Nizam. Anyone for seventh question? Hmm. No one for question number 7? Nizam's People Association, what was it basically formed for? It came forward for proper implementation of Mulki rules. They have requested for the implementation of Mulki rules. Okay. Initially, the Nizam agreed. He formed the Iyengar committee. Yes, Hyderabad for Hyderabadis. Nizam actually agreed for its demands and formed the Iyengar committee, who gave important recommendations like no bias, how proper system of identification of Mulkis, and give preference to locals. But then in their enthusiasm, they said the government should be responsible. So Nizam got hurt with that statement of responsible government and started playing the communal card, and people started decreasing who joined the Nizam's association. And then the formation of Razakars came into picture. Got it? Are you able to recollect it? And then 8th question is nothing but the repetitive question. 9th question is about the library movement. Today, when we started the class, we discussed about the history of library movement. How various educated people came together to form library movement. Libraries at Afzalganj, Chadarghat, Lal Darwaza, and then spread over the state. You can mention the special library at Jogipet, which was the first venue for Nizam Andhra movement. And then it started with socio-economic theme. Dalits like Bhagyareddy Verma involved into library movement, spread the education, spread the message of equality, improved the status of women. But over a period of time, with more and more visionaries coming into the library movement, it started becoming, it was the basis for the Nizam Andhra movement. The Nizam Andhra movement started as a, again, socio-economic movement, but then it slowly turned into a political movement challenging the Nizam rule itself. Yes or no? Got it? Then the next question is very simple. Sequence of events. Discuss the sequence of events in Hyderabad state leading to the Operation Polo. You can all write that right from the formation of Razakars, Razakars versus communists, and when India attained independence, how Mountbatten has given condition to these princely states either to join India or Pakistan. Hyderabad wanted to be an independent country. The Razakars, headed by Kazim Rizvi, were pushing for Hyderabad to be independent. Then initially Nizam agreed for standstill agreement. Kazim Rizvi did not agree for standstill agreement. And a person who was associated with Jinnah was appointed. His name was? What was his name? Yes, Layak Ali. He was appointed as the Prime Minister. This fellow did not agree for Hyderabad to be part of India, and Kazim Rizvi goes to Delhi. There he agrees for standstill agreement and agrees for resolution with India for any difference in the stand between India and Hyderabad. He comes back, but the atrocities on communists and common people by the Razakars increase. So Nizam cleverly manipulates the entire situation and brings the communists and Razakars together and giving a call for Azad Hyderabad. Nizam secretly pursues weapons from Sydney Cotton. All this annoys Union of India and they call for agreement. And the agreement is rejected by the representative of Nizam, that is Layak Ali. And then Hyderabad, the Union of India announces Operation Polo on Hyderabad. Clear with the sequence of events? MIM is the unit of Razakars. Razakars means they are basically a name. Their name was MIM only. The unit's name was MIM. Razakars is a common terminology. Okay. Razakars and MIM are one and the same. It's an extension, like, Mutihudul Muslim, something is there. So it's difficult to remember the extension of MIM. So you can simply remember Razakars. And you can write the name of name as Razakars in your answers also. Fine. Employment rules under military rule and Melody rule. We have seen the rule, 9 rules. Okay, that's again the direct question. And the 12th question, violation of Mulki rules continued even after the Hyderabad state was integrated into Union of India examine. We have discussed how Velodi has violated, and the resolution was passed by the Velodi government that government jobs need not be reserved for Hyderabadis. This triggered agitation of 1952. So that's about chapter 1. So this PDF I'll try to post latest by tomorrow morning. I'll submit it to Vinay. So Vinay will add some value additions and post it to you. Over the weekend, see, doing answer writing is not like this. Okay. You sit down, these 12 questions and the questions which I asked for the culture part of the chapter 1. Sit down and write. If you're writing prelims of UPSC, it's a different thing. If you are preparing only for TSPSC, guys who are preparing exclusively for TSPSC, sit down and write answers for all these questions. And if possible, post them in the group, get it reviewed by your friends, and you also review your friends' answers. What happens? You will learn. Your knowledge and your remembering capacity will increase. Okay. So please do that exercise regularly, and that will actually benefit you. Okay. Yeah, whatever is there in this slides, you'll get it now. Okay. Including the questions. Okay. And don't expect answers. Answers will be written by you. Okay. Fine. On that note, we'll close this session and meet in the next class as on when it is announced. I'll ensure that it is announced well before. So keep learning, make good use of your weekend, and good night, everyone.
Good evening, ma. Please confirm. Am I audible? Good. Is my voice clear? Actually, I'm out of station, so I do not have good quality internet, so I could not give my video today. Do let me know if there is any interruption in audio also. I'll try to repeat it again. I'll try to be as loud as possible. And having said this, today's session is very important. I'll tell you the reason why. Because last 2-3 weeks I was kind of going through different textbooks on Telangana state formation, and to be honest, this is the first time I'm teaching this topic, so that natural curiosity to read more would be there, right? So what I have observed is the books are written well, but the problem is they have dumped the information and have kind of left many missing links, wherein I felt information could be a little more comprehensive, that would help you guys to better assimilate what you are reading, and that would give a sense of comprehensiveness. I don't know the reason why, maybe to be more politically correct or whatever that may be. I felt the same books they could have written with a little bit more comprehensiveness, a little bit more diligence. Otherwise it's what I felt, with my observation of, getting a hold over this subject over the last 2-3 weeks. Telangana state formation is definitely not as difficult as Indian freedom movement. In Indian freedom movement, definitely, you have a lot of depth, a lot of diversity, a lot of ideological diversity, geographical diversity, and also the kind of movements, the kind of methodologies adopted is, it's much more complex. It's much more intricate. Glad that Telangana movement has not many details to remember, has not many personalities to remember, because it being a regional movement, definitely you will not have hundreds of people to remember. You will have, some 15 to 20 people who are very much instrumental, in the process of achieving the statehood of Telangana. So I felt those people should have been all at one place. And it is because, see, the same person who is instrumental in forming an organization X also would have played a key role in organization Y, also would have played a key role in organization Z. So an attempt to bring all those at one place could have made, subject a little more interesting and engaging. So in this session, and maybe tomorrow's session also, I'll try to do that simultaneously. It's not that I'll try to, within the confines of the syllabus, and those things which you guys are supposed to know, so that, our assimilation of the subject content would be much more comprehensive, is what I'll try to attempt. Right. So having said this, I've already shared the screen with you. Let's go to first idea. And this, I have given you a kind of brief introduction, right? Public awakening and intellectual reaction against discrimination. See, any movement for that matter, always starts with a strong response from the intellectuals. From the strong response from the intellectuals, the literate community, and these people, they will try to take up the baton to ignite this fire for the spread of the movement among the masses. It could be a regional movement, it could be a linguistic movement, it could be any kind of movement, isn't it? This point was already mentioned, during that approach session to Telangana. Having said this, today we will straight away go into the idea. This part, articulation of identity, it requires a little more in-depth and detailed discussion, which I'll confine to the last part of the discussion on this particular class. I'll straight away go to this. Telangana Information Trust. Telangana Information Trust, that is what is mentioned in our syllabus, Telangana Information Trust. See, I don't think Nishant would have reached, the syllabus till 1969 Telangana movement. But yes, 1969 Telangana movement is very significant in the process of Telangana state formation. In the process of Telangana state formation, a significant one reason being it was a mass movement, and different political parties also at different levels tried to support this 1969 movement. And more about 1969 movement will be discussed by Nishant. But what happened after 1969 movement? We can say that a kind of passivity has engulfed now. Means there are splinter movements here and there, but nothing major, nothing significant has happened. And even our textbooks, all the textbooks also kind of maintain this uniformity in telling that couple of sporadic movements have happened, but a systematic and organized movement to the extent of 1969 movement, semblances of it happened in 1972, but much more bigger or organized movement has never happened. Then in this context, one individual by name E.V. Padmanabham, who also is, has played an active role in 1969 movement, he collaborated with Prabhakar Rao. He collaborated with another leader, Prabhakar Rao, and this has led to the formation of Telangana Information Center. Telangana Information Center. So what is this Telangana Information Center? As the name itself is suggestive, as the name itself is suggesting, information is something very significant. Information is something very important. And for reasons unknown, and also because of the reason that the cultural sector is dominated by the people from coastal Andhra and Rayalaseema, not much information was available in the public regarding Telangana or Telangana movement or Telangana history. So some people like Prabhakar Rao and of course E.V. Padmanabham, and they are also supported in their efforts by the stalwarts like Professor Jayashankar sir and Professor Keshav Rao Jadhav, Professor Jayashankar sir. We will know more about them in today's class. And all such people, including Kaloji Rao, all of them have come together and has led to formation of this Telangana Information Center. And this Telangana Information Center, so it's an information center for that matter. It tries to gather as much information as possible, as much information available about Telangana. It has also led to formation of a trust so that the activities have to be continued. Right? So for the activities to be continued, it has escalated its status to an information trust, Telangana Information Trust. And some of textbooks mention the date as 1988, July 14th. If you want to remember, at least remember it as 1988. Telangana Information Trust took its birth. Telangana Information Trust took its birth. And very interestingly, the Telangana Information Trust could unearth some very important piece of information. Say, for instance, you guys are aware about Fazal Ali Commission. You guys heard about Fazal Ali Commission? Please try to communicate with me so that we can finish off the syllabus quickly and it will be more interesting. What is this Fazal Ali Commission? What is this Fazal Ali Commission? Fazal Ali Commission, very good. It is a commission for state reorganization, State Reorganization Commission. If I ask you guys this question, what is the view of Fazal Ali Commission on Telangana? What is the view of Fazal Ali Commission? It could be a prelims question. Fazal Ali Commission did is ask for immediate formation of state of Telangana or immediate formation of United Andhra Pradesh. What did it say? All of you would have read about it, right? But when it is asked as a question, you are not able to answer. Yeah, you can take a guess also, no problem. What did Fazal Ali Commission suggest? Don't worry, I think Nishant will again teach it. Supported formation of states, not only on basis of identity. This point, Pradeep, which you are saying is the general criteria which Fazal Ali Commission has kept for the state reorganization. My question is very specific and directed towards Telangana. Don't worry, this will be discussed again. Yeah, Zaber is almost there. So Fazal Ali Commission has said this. The creation of Vishalandra is an ideal to which numerous individuals and public bodies, both in Andhra and Telangana, have been passionately attached over a long period of time. And unless there are strong reasons to the contrary, means against Vishalandra, this sentiment is entitled to consideration. Means in a way they are suggesting Vishalandra is okay. You can go ahead with Vishalandra in the para 374, but the commission, what it said, let's postpone unification till this point of time. Why? Of course, on administrative grounds. Like the reason why it has suggested postponement is on administrative grounds. And it said Telangana region requires safeguards, which the state of Andhra may not provide as it has still not got over the stress of transition may create administrative difficulties for them. So Fazal Ali Commission, if somebody asks you, what did it suggest? See, as Zaber has rightly pointed out, it did not take any decisive stand, but it told that immediately let's not go for any unified Andhra Pradesh. Let's postpone it till 1961. Let's postpone it till 1961. And the reason why I am suggesting, I mean Fazal Ali Commission, they said why we are suggesting to postpone it. First of all, the state of Andhra itself is new. Let Andhra take some time to settle. Then, let it learn how to administer itself. Then we can think of, merging of Andhra with Telangana is what Fazal Ali Commission has opined. The reason why we have discussing all these things, of course, these things will be discussed as part of Nishant's session, because see, a lot of information regarding what leaders of Telangana at that point of time, many leaders of Telangana have submitted, or leaders of Telangana have argued before Fazal Ali Commission. When Fazal Ali Commission has made field visits to Warangal, that information was kept in the dark. So somehow that information was unearthed by Telangana Information Center, and it became a powerful source now. So when some people who have represented Fazal Ali Commission in Warangal, they have pitched against those people in Warangal, they have pitched against the United Andhra Pradesh. And they have given splendid arguments in favor of separate Telangana, splendid arguments in favor of Telangana. And they have made it crystal clear how Telangana is going to suffer if Telangana is merged with Andhra Pradesh. And when this information was unearthed by Telangana Information Center in late 1980s, they were surprised to know that all the predictions made by the leaders of Telangana before Fazal Ali Commission in the year, in the aftermath of independence have become a reality. And this has become an eye-opener moment. That is the reason people always consider, in this phase of it should not call it second phase, different books call it different way. In this phase of Telangana movement, especially from 1991, just before 1991, this formation of Telangana Information Center, Telangana Information Thanks, Jabir. Thanks for reminding. There could be many. There could be many who would have done this, but an dedicated institutional mechanism for dissemination of right information, among the masses is a major achievement. So try to understand the context now. Try to understand the context. There is a concept called as postmodernism. There is a concept called as postmodernism. You need not know about postmodernism, but just be aware of this concept. Definitely in your exam, they will not ask you. It's very simple also for you guys to understand. Most of you are also civil services aspirants. It is the people in the power who determines the knowledge. Listen carefully. It is the people who are in the power who determines what kind of information or what kind of knowledge gets disseminated in the society. Means there is a strong correlation between the power and the knowledge available in the society. The same thing so witnessed in Telangana, wherein people who are in power tried to suppress the information, tried to suppress, all the injustices being done to Telangana in various formats, whether it is the availability of the funds to Telangana, whether it is, allocation of various irrigation projects or industries to Telangana, or whether it is the statistics of education in Telangana or statistics of health in Telangana. Likewise, significant amount of information related to Telangana and especially the injustices being done to Telangana were never expressed or were never revealed in public. And the reason is obvious. The reason is obvious that already a massive agitation has happened, isn't it? And if these statistics were revealed, if these statistics were open to public, it's very much possible that another agitation might come up. So generally the people in the power tend to late or tend to conceal or hide the information. And it takes a lot of courage and it takes a lot of effort and dedicated institutions by dedicated individuals like this Telangana Information Center or Telangana Information Trust to unearth all those hidden information, unrevealed information, concealed information, and bring it to the public. And another significant development is this. See, people in power always have at their means, or law and order institutions. So they can always suppress this information and they can even go to the extent of eliminating the people who are trying to expose this information. So first of all, establishing an organization itself is a big challenge, and running the organization, ensuring that it is funded and ensuring that it comes up with qualitative information to generate awareness among people and create that awakening among people is not a small feat. And don't read it passively like Telangana Information Center, Telangana Information started on this date, these people have contributed. That's a very superficial way of understanding the subject. Okay, try to understand the context and try to visualize the circumstances under which organization or institutional mechanisms like this would have been started, right? So, and what are the names which I have told, which are instrumental in the establishment of Telangana Information Trust? Can you guys quickly recall and tell me? Yes, please. Important names. Of course, Professor Jayashankar Rao, then Kaloji. You should not forget of Telangana Prabhakar. That is the reason I have asked this question. Okay. Jayashankar sir, Keshav Rao Jadhav. These are all important people, no doubt, who have supported the formation of Telangana Information Trust. But the one who is instrumental in its establishment is Telangana Prabhakar. He is popularly called as Telangana Prabhakar Rao. Okay. So should not forget his name. Right. And of course, what did this do? And it has exposed, how the gentleman's agreement about which Nishant will be discussing, how the 6-point formula and how, failure to implement several presidential orders which gives protection to Telangana, all these things, this information was tried to be unearthed by Telangana Information Trust and Telangana Information Center. And 1 or 2 points which could be important for your prelims is they released series of papers. Papers means not newspapers, but they released series of papers. Does anyone know some of the papers which are released by Telangana Information Trust? Could be important for your exam. Ma Telangana. These are a series of papers released by Telangana Information Trust. try to remember the name, Ma Telangana, and it has published on several issues on several occasions. You need not remember the name of the occasions under which these papers have come up, but yes, that is about Ma. And they also have published a book, very popular book, titled, anyone know this name? Should not forget its name, Perspectives of Telangana. Perspectives on Telangana. Perspectives on Telangana. In some books, it is written as Perspectives of Telangana. I think Perspectives on Telangana would be more appropriate. I tried to Google search. In Google search, I could not get any credible information on this book. But yes, definitely the book is important because it is published by one of the most reliable organization, which was started early itself. So should not publish, should not forget this name. Right. Now let's go to next part of the discussion. Let us learn some information about Jayashankar sir, because his name keeps appearing in several contexts. Before this, I know some of you have started your preparation very recently, but let's use this as an opportunity. If we discuss, we will remember things better, right? Tell me what all you know about Jayashankar sir, including his, if you want to mention, his background, his educational background, but most importantly, which are the organizations with which he is associated with, what he is popularly called as, and what are the, did he publish any books or anything as such, like that. Come on. I'll give 1 minute time. Just come up with all the information. Yes, please. Seriously, you guys are not responding at all. You really do not know? Okay. Good, Zavir. You admitted honestly. Social activist? No, Gidesha. Sir is much more than a social activist. He is a social activist, but he is much more than a social activist. Okay. And all you guys are from Telangana region. How much interest and how much enthusiasm should should show in knowing about a person like him, isn't it? He's an ideologue. And that's what people like this are really inspiring. We can't stay true to our commitment for an year or two. And see, he harbored this strong desire to have separate Telangana state such a long period for more than 50, 60 years in his life. And single-handedly, he fought for a single cause. Isn't it? So that itself shows how motivating and inspiring these individuals are, isn't it? And throughout his life, he lived for a single cause: separate Telangana. Separate Telangana. And see, like any other politicians, like any other leaders of his time, he could have, he could have become an, politician. He could have become a minister, or he could have got, because that is the kind of credibility, that is the kind of trust he enjoyed among everyone. He's considered a friend of everyone. He's considered a friend of everyone. In spite of that, such people, they remain true to their cause. That is the reason they have, remained in the annals of history. That is the reason they are in the textbooks now. Had they succumbed to the temptations of, ministry or some power, history would have not even bothered to care about him. Of course, in his fond memory, we have named, Agriculture University of Rajendra Nagar, Hyderabad in his name. So let's try to know a few things about Jayashankar sir, because his name keeps appearing not less than 200 to 250 times in the textbooks. So we should know about him. And yes, he's an academician, most importantly, social activist. leading ideologue of Telangana. Ideologue means he is the ideological basis. He is the ideological strength behind Telangana movement. He fought for a separate state, look, from 1952 itself. And he often stated that the unequal distribution of river water was the root cause of separate Telangana movement. Observe his statements. So what according to he is one of the most important reasons for a separate Telangana movement? Injustice when it comes to distribution of river waters. Of course, he also worked as the Vice Chancellor of Kakatiya University, and he is an activist in separate Telangana movement, and State Agriculture University is named in his honor, isn't it? Then let us know some more information. As a young student of intermediate itself, he walked out of his class in protest against state reorganization in 1952 itself. He also started in a bus to participate in 1952. He participated in 1952 Mulki agitation. I think Nishant must have discussed this with you. 1962 itself, he was part of a campaign which rocked the region. He joined the movement for a separate Telangana state in 1952 when he was a student leader. As a lecturer in 1968, he participated in the revived agitation. He carried out his struggle for Telangana through research and academic studies and by educating people on the cause. He is known as the original Telangana ideologue. The original Telangana ideologue. He led several agitations since 1962, transforming into a mass movement after the 1969 agitation. Being a teacher, he could pioneer or he could instigate a social movement. A mass agitation is no small achievement, isn't it? Then he was associated with Telangana movement efforts to obtain statehood for Telangana since 1952, starting with non-Mulki go back and Idli Sambar go back movement. This also, I believe, would have been taught to you. Non-Mulki, Mulki means you guys already know, locals. Non-Mulki go back, Idli Sambar go back movement. And he wanted the Puri Matar to populate the lands of Telangana. It's a symbol of Telangana cuisine. Puri Matar is a symbol of Telangana cuisine, isn't it? In 1969, he formed a strong team with about 10 members in consultation with Professor Ravada Satyanarayana to contribute as intellectuals during the fight for Telangana and not be silent spectators anymore. See, this is how he tried to bring together all the intellectuals, even during 1969 movement. These included Professor Anandrao Tota. Professor Anandrao Tota is also important member in Telangana Information Trust. Just now we have discussed about Telangana Information Trust, Telangana Information Center. Professor Anandrao Tota also is very important when it comes to Telangana Information Trust or Telangana Information Center. And Professor Paramaji and Professor Sridhara Swami, isn't it? And of course, Sridhara Swami was childhood friend of Professor Jayashankar, and both of them studied in Warangal, did MA together at BHU. Swami was very active during the formation of Telangana State, about an Uttama Vidyavetta. Try to remember Sridhara Swami's name also. It could be important for prelims. Okay. Right. So this information seems factual, but yes, you have to be aware of this kind of information. Then again, in the syllabus, they have included Telangana Janasabha. So who started this Telangana Janasabha? It is Professor Jayashankar, Telangana Janasabha. Try to remember me. We will know more about Telangana Janasabha in the future. Of course, it was prohibited by Indian government. He authored many articles and research papers in English and Telugu on various aspects of Telangana problem. And look at his role. He also was instrumental in forming the Telangana Development Forum. So what is this Telangana Development Forum? Yeah, what is Telangana Development Forum? You guys heard about this? Telangana Development Forum. What is this Telangana Development Forum? Yeah, it's an NRI organization. In the syllabus also they have highlighted, right? NRI organizations which are instrumental, or NRI organizations which Telangana Development Forum is important. It was founded in USA. Later it also has extended to Gulf countries. Telangana Development Forum. Later we will discuss about Telangana Development Forum, who are the members who have chaired Telangana Development Forum. But who has motivated these people, these NRIs, to have a dedicated organization for Telangana? It is none other than Professor Jayashankar, sir. Then remember that name, important. And he was invited by America Telugu Association to speak about the problems of regional disparities in Andhra Pradesh, like this, isn't it? So That's how he's instrumental in Telangana Development Forum, Telangana Janasabha. At the time of his death, he was the chairman of Center for Telangana Studies, is an important organization. Remember its name. Again, I'll be discussing about Center for Telangana Studies. So what is the Center for Telangana Studies? There can be a separate question also. It is engaged in research and publication related to problems of Telangana. Right, and he is also the founder member of Telangana Aikya Vedika. Telangana Aikya Vedika, which is included in our syllabus, about which we will be discussing in depth and detail. Look, one person, how many organizations he is closely involved in? Telangana Janasabha, Telangana Development Forum, Center for Telangana Studies, Telangana Aikya Vedika. We'll be discussing about Telangana Aikya Vedika in detail, because it is one organization. The name itself is suggestive, right? Aikya Vedika means it's a kind of union of several different organizations coming together at one place, right? And it was he who offered lime juice to TRS president when KCR broke his fast for Telangana in December 2009. And he used to say about Telangana people, Ettikaina Mattikaina Manode Undala, meaning for lighting the fire or for forming, it should be our people. They may ask, who has given this slogan? So such prelims question also you guys have to be prepared for. Okay. Who has given the slogan? Who has given this quote? Then they may give some names. It might sound a little factual, but okay, that's okay, because somebody like Professor Jayashankar sir has given such a statement. You have to remember it, right? So let's quickly see these points. His contribution to Mulki agitation, isn't it? And the way he has played a role in 1969 agitation, and his instrumental role in Idli Sambar go back movement, non-Mulki go back movement, and his association with people like Sridhara Swami, Professor Anand Rao Tota, and his role in the formation of Telangana Janasabha, Telangana Development Forum, Telangana Aikya Vidya Vedika, Center for Telangana Studies, and and the quote or the slogans which were given by Professor Jayashankar. So definitely expect a 10 marker from him. And because Telangana Public Service Commission might feel that everybody will read about Jayashankar. So if it want to test, they may ask a question on this person whose name appears in every other important organization with regards to Telangana movement. Can anybody name him? Who is the person you are seeing here? Yeah. Who is that person which you guys have just seen? Anybody know him? No. He's not Kalaji Srinath. No, not even Marichenna Reddy. It's okay. You should not forget his name. He like, not just because it's important for exam, but also kind of role he has played, for Telangana. He's Professor Keshav Jadhav. Man who is highly respected by everyone for his views, who never ran after any posts, but for a great length of time he is associated with Telangana agitation. Look, his contribution in Mulki movement, and of course in Telangana movement. So, and we'll also come to this Telangana Praja Samiti. So let's learn a little bit patiently about him. It may take some time, but that's totally worth it, because only if you know about people like Jayashankar sir and Keshav Rao Jadhav, if these kind of people, that will fill the dots now. It will fill the dots. Otherwise, if you just passively read about organizations, it will not give us that completeness. Okay, so let's see about him. And he has played an instrumental role, first mission against non-Mulkis in 1952 as a student of Nizam College. He's a student of Nizam College in Hyderabad. Dominant presence of non-Mulkis in public employment has been a problem in Hyderabad state since the early 20th century, as the Nizam sought to import personnel knowledgeable in Persian and also experienced in running administration from North India. For that matter, you also would have read in your, maybe, I don't know if Nishant has taught you or not, this problem of Mulki was there right from the time of Bahmanis. but was further deepened during the time of Nizam, who tried to bring best administrators from different parts of the country. Do you guys know uh, why most of the churches in Hyderabad? I believe most of you must be either from Hyderabad or from places near to Hyderabad, or must be from Telangana. You know why most of the churches are located in Secunderabad region? One reason why most of the churches are located in Secunderabad region is it's also close to cantonment area. And another reason why most of the churches are located in the Secunderabad region is Nizam also, has brought several professors, Christian professors and English professors from different parts of the country, and also from different parts of the world, to work as professors, to work as teachers, and he has settled all of them in and around this Tarnaka region, around Usmania region. So that is the reason, you will find most of the teachers' colonies there. And, the buildings constructions in those areas also resemble, European style, and also because to suit their taste. And you also have many churches located, around those regions. Yeah. Similarly, Nizam always have this, and, because he want to give the best. And he's also under the pressure to give best, because there will be comparison, right? Simultaneously, when British is doing a lot when it comes to spreading of education in other parts of the country, Nizam cannot isolate himself. So he tried in his own way to popularize English education and, establish several education institutions. So coming back, and yeah, so these people whom Nizam has brought into Hyderabad, they not only belong to the Muslim community, but also to Hindu religion, like for instance, the Kayasthas. This is a Brahmin community of North India. They in fact came to dominate liberal professions and professionals like engineering, medical, and technical fields in the Hyderabad state. The local Muslims and of course also Hindus felt discriminated vis-a-vis these light migrants in the public employment in terms of both entry and also promotions. This discontentment against the dominance of these migrants took agitational form periodically during the Nizam's reign. Also later, after the Hyderabad became part of the Indian Union. So that is the Mulki movement for you. Okay. And yes, Keshav Rao Jadhav is one among those who have participated in the movement. Let's try to know some more information. The Mulki and non-Mulki conflicts assumed a different and serious proportion of the integration of Hyderabad in the Indian Union in 1940. This opened opportunities for the English-educated elite from Madras Presidency, who obviously had an advantage over the traditional Urdu-educated employees of Hyderabad state. Isn't it, ma? With the formation of Telugu state of Andhra Pradesh in 1956, following the merger of Telangana with Andhra region, had only further intensified the discontent, resulting in the year-long movement for the separate state of Telangana in the late 1960s. Isn't it? Look, all these things, every time the Mulki and non-Mulki conflict has only deepened. Of course, Nizam has created this further, as Hyderabad state become integrated into Indian Union, the problem deepened. And once again, when Hyderabad state merged with Andhra and made unified Andhra movement, the problem further deepened. So always this resentment was there, and the problem only kept worsening time after time. But there was never an attempt to find a solution to the problem. Even the State's Reorganization Commission expressed serious apprehension that the merger of backward Telangana with the advanced Andhra that was part of the British governed Madras Presidency could create problems associated with the uneven development of these regions. Soon it became evident that the political elite of Andhra were benefiting from the advances in the field of education, employment, and economy. The middle classes, economic, and they were in an advantageous position compared to the people from Telangana. This was evident in the disproportionately high share accrued to them in education, employment, and promotions. It was also in contravention of the Gentleman's Agreement, about which Nishant will be discussing. That was the basis of Telangana's acceptance to the part of Telugu state of Andhra Pradesh, isn't it? The students and the employees began the agitation against the violation of the rights of the Mulkis agreed upon and safeguard meant to protect them. Obviously, being the premier university in the region, students and teachers of Usmania were leading the movement. Having joined the faculty and being active member of Usmania University Association, Jadhav was in forefront of this agitation. The reason why we are discussing all this is, He's an active member of Usmania University Teachers Association. So that is also the reason he is always active in different agitations. He is active in different agitations for Telangana movement. His activism started right from the year 1952, and of course has spread even into the Telangana movement, right? He was instrumental in keeping the cause of Telangana in focus through continuous public debate. Telangana's backwardness is thought to be theorized as an outcome of internal colonization. It's an important term. He's the first person who has used this term, internal colonization. Who has used the idea internal colonization? In all your textbooks also they write about it. Internal colonization. Right? Internal colonization of the region by Andhra capitalists and the like, right? His role in Telangana movement that began in 1990s, which eventually culminated in the formation of the state, was remarkable as he consistently sought to bring intellectuals, activists of different ideological persuasion and political organizational affiliations onto one platform on the issues of Telangana identity and integrity. He has played a very instrumental role, right from 1990s. Somebody who has started fight for Telangana in 1952 continued even into 1990s. Okay, what ignited it was the aggressive neoliberal policy dispensation of the then Chief Minister resigned, which is generally perceived as playing havoc with the spatial and social life in Telangana region. Right. Then Jadav's vision of Telangana, from here it's very important, observe carefully. Jadav's vision of Telangana radically differed from that of the so-called mainstream thinking. He was strongly opposed to one-upmanship in the matter of leadership, as it would lead to autocratic tendency and result in the defeat of the very purpose of the struggle. He always insisted that the leadership of social movements have to be, observe this carefully, have to be collective, participatory, and democratic. For him, a resolution of social and political problem was possible only when the issues are addressed and resolved democratically. Means, see, that is the reason why he did not join any political party. See, he's a staunch critic of both Marichenna Reddy, and at a point of time, though he did not openly criticize, he's against this politicization of the Telangana movement when TRS has taken up the baton. He said that TRS party is dominated by one single politician, and if even Telangana state forms, then it's very much possible that the ruling of the state would fall into the, that single person. And he also opined that he will be taught about this in by Nishant in 9. People always believe that, and it's not a controversy. It's widely accepted that 1969 agitation was weakened by Marichenna Reddy. 1969 movement was weakened by Marichenna Reddy, the then one of the founder members of Telangana Praja Samiti, about which we will be discussing in a short while. So he is against that movement being dominated by one person. He said that all these kind of social movements or political movements, if they are dominated by one person, they are bound to, though the movement may become successful, but they will not ensure the realization of purpose of the movement. I'll repeat this again carefully. Though the movements, whenever a popular leader or, one-upmanship comes up, there is a possibility that the social movement or political movement might become success. But often the outcome or aftermath of the achievement of the success, the movement will not realize what it actually intend to achieve. These kind of opinions you can intelligently write in your answers by not being overtly critical. You can tell that, say, the apprehensions of some of the stalwarts like Professor Keshav Rao Jadhav saying that the movement has to be driven by collective participatory democratic fund for it to sustain its democratic credentials, should be made to be proven even after the formation of the state. Something like that you can give a suggestion, or something like that you can write a way forward by using the name of Professor Keshav Rao Jadhav, right? So you can observe it carefully. So this is the basis of his opposition to dominant political and party culture that nurtured the cult of the individual and almost entirely made politics election-centric. He's against election-centric. He's for collective, participatory, and democratic rule, right? So this was the principle. That was the basis of his criticism of TRS. Okay, so he sought to project. TRS has sought this, right? KCR as the sole champion of the Telangana movement, right? So And he also draws a close parallel of this with this. Observe carefully. He's so this is how in the syllabus they have clearly included role of civil society organizations. So he was a staunch advocate of the kind of role that civil society organization should be playing in the process of driving the movement, any form of social movement or any form of political movement, right? So is that clear, all of you? Yes, please. The same idea you guys can write without getting into any sort of controversy, citing it as the opinion of a respectable person like Keshav Rao Jadhav, isn't it? Yeah, some of you are not active in the class. Please be active. No? Try to contribute to the session, isn't it? Should not be one-sided lecture. I keep talking, and you keep passively listening. That's not the way sessions are supposed to be, isn't it? Should be a combined enterprise. You should contribute your ideas. You might have read from different sources. You might have gone through different materials, isn't it? So this is a conclusion for what we were discussing. This is not for examination purpose. I just want to end this discussion on Keshav Jadhav. See, most of the content I'm sourcing from is well beyond what is written in regular textbooks now. So this will give you more holistic and comprehensive understanding of the syllabus. That's the purpose. Sorry, I got disconnected. I think I got disconnected when I asked you guys this question. What is the significance of TPS, Telangana Praja Samiti? Yeah, anybody would like to take this question? What is the significance of Telangana Praja Samiti? Yeah, something very important. Not precursor to TRS. First regional political party. It's a first regional political party for Telangana movement. It's a first regional political party. Telangana Praja Samiti is a proper political party. So you should not say it's a precursor to TRS. It's a different party altogether, right? It's a political party. It's a political party. Actually, in the 1991 phase, Telangana Praja Samiti has very minimal role. But the reason why I have to mention the name of Telangana Praja Samiti here, which will be discussed in much more detail and depth by Nishant in 1969 agitation. But these names are the names of those people who have participated in, Telangana Praja Samiti. They keep coming and, I'm sharing the screen. They keep coming and there is a possibility, that questions might be asked. So that is the reason I want to show you guys. Or I just want you to be aware of this Telangana Praja Samiti. Remember, first regional political party for Telangana. Okay, first regional political party formed for a cause of Telangana. That's how you have to remember. Observe carefully the names of the people. Just know these names. Current president is this, not important. You have to remember the name of Pratap Kishore, and you have to remember the names of the people who are the founder members. Observe the founding year also. Very important. Anantula Madan Mohan. Of course, later taken over by Marichenna Reddy. Isn't it? And what happened? Spearheaded the Telangana agitation and eventually winning over 10 lakh Lok Sabha seats in the 1971 election. Later, the members merged into the Congress party. The biggest criticism on Marichenna Reddy is this, that he has merged TPS into Congress party, isn't it? But again, the party was revived in 1983 with Vandemataram, Ramchandra Rao as the president, Pratap Kishore, general secretary, and after the death of Vandemataram, Ramchandra Rao, Gandhian, Bhupati Krishnamurthy, he is a very important. The very important person whose name you should not forget is this Gandhian. So what is the name of this Gandhian, which you guys have just learned? Tell me, what is the name of the Gandhian leader whose name you have just learned? Yes, please. Who is called as Telangana Gandhi? Very good. Bhupati Krishnamurthy. Bhupati Krishnamurthy. Again, another very inspiring person, no? Who has sold all his property and for the cause of Telangana movement. And when he died, he died like a poor man, without anything. These kind of people are really inspiring. They did not fight with any political aspirations or ambition for power. They have genuinely fought for the cause of Telangana. Okay, so just know about few more things about TPS. It organized a series of strikes and demonstrations throughout the Telangana region to push their demand for a separate state. In June 1969, general strikes in Hyderabad organized led to widespread violence. Many people died in this violence. And there were clashes with supporters of United Andhra Pradesh and with the police also. Right? Some knowledge of Telangana Praja Samiti is also needed in the present discussion, but more about Telangana Praja Samiti, you will be taught by Nishant. Right? So that is about this. Let's know a little bit more about Bhupati Krishnamurthy. I believe all of you can also read Telugu. You're all Telangana students, so that much I expect from you. Then, yeah, he's also called as Telangana Gandhi. He also participated in the Indian freedom movement. If you can see it, he participated in the Indian freedom movement, and along with Mahatma Gandhi. So that is also the reason why he is named as Telangana Gandhi. Got his birth year. And he died after the Telangana. Formation, state formation. Okay. So he joined Indian National Congress, followed Mahatma Gandhi. and he fought in the movements against, and he also participated in the Dandi Yatra. You guys know Dandi Yatra. And of course, he continued his political activism even after Indian independence movement. And he also participated in the Telangana armed struggle. And throughout his life, he fought against the injustices to Telangana, isn't it? And yes. And in 1953-54, when Fasal Ali Commission visited Warangal, he pitched for separate Telangana state, and he's against the merger of Telangana with Andhra. Then also, he's also instrumental in this Idli Sambar go back movement. He's also instrumental in this, right? And any agitation against the establishment in support of Telangana state, he's always there. And in the 1969 agitation also, he played a very instrumental role. Okay, look, he has sold his properties and he has funded for agitation, isn't it? And he's one of the founder member of Telangana Praja Samiti also, TPS, about which we have just learned, one of the founder member of Telangana Praja Samiti, right? Of course, later Marichenna Reddy, after Marichenna Reddy merged and left the party, and later he became the president. Then, yeah, he's part of the, and till his end, he's part of this Telangana movement. And he died only in the 2015 after the formation of Telangana state. So you can see here, these are some I'm sorry, ma'am. I will not have them once I come back to Hyderabad. Tomorrow itself, I'm coming to Hyderabad. From Monday, you will not have any such interruptions in the session. So, yeah, tell me, who is Telangana Bebbuli? Who is Telangana Bebbuli? Who is Telangana Bebbuli? Who is called as Telangana Bebbuli? Who is called as Telangana Bebbuli? Yeah, these are all prelims questions. They can ask you. Okay, you guys could not see that. No issues. I'll show the screen again. I'm sharing the screen. Please note. I'll be showing it to you. Quickly write down once. So be ready for the questions on it. So Telangana Bebbuli is Sri Ravi Narayana Reddy. Telangana Bhagat Singh is Narayan Rao Pawar. Telangana Bapuji, Konda Lakshman. Mr. Telangana, Sri Keshav Rao Jadhav. Telangana Gandhi, Sri Bhupati Krishnamurti. Telangana Border Gandhi, Sri Sardar Jamalapuram Keshav Rao. Telangana Vaitalikudu, Sri Vatikota Alvar Swami. Then Telangana Bebbuli, Ravi Narayan Reddy. Mr. Telangana, Sri Keshav Rao Jadhav. Telangana Bhagat Singh, Sri Narayan Rao Pawar. Telangana Bapuji, Sri Konda Lakshman, Sir Konda Lakshman. Okay, so do this thing after the class. Try to write down all this at one place. In prelims, they may ask questions of this sort. Just be prepared for questions of this kind also. Right? Not difficult. Just read a little bit. We have already discussed in depth about today about Keshav Rao, Professor Keshav Rao Jadhav sir in detail, right? Then we also have read about Bhupati Krishnamurti in sort of detail. And we'll also see about Vatikuttu Alvar Swami. Anybody have been to Central Library in our Chikkadpalli? Yeah. Did you guys ever went to Central Library in Chikkadpalli? Anybody have seen it? Yeah. I think most of you must be preparing from Hyderabad itself, right? Or some of you must be from other. What is the name of that library? What is it named after? You did not notice? What is the Central Library named after? That's what. Hereafter, be a little more observant. You guys are preparing for Telangana State examination, right? It's very interesting to tell you guys that most of this history of Telangana movement, all the important events, whether it is, most of this meetings or most of the resolutions, most of the conventions, majority of them happened in Chikkadpalli, Kachiguda, and Chikkadpalli, Kachiguda, and some of them in Nampalli. That's it. Very few of them in Begumpet, Secunderabad region. Yeah, most of them have happened here itself. So if you guys have a little bit of ability to observe things, most of the buildings are still lying there. Most of them are still there, and it's easy for you to remember. And very recently, I was just driving across that road. I've seen that it's named after Vatikuttu Alvar Swami. That central hall is named after Vatikuttu Alvar Swami in the Central Library. Okay, you guys should know about Vatikuttu Alvar Swami, and is very popular for his book Prajala Manishi, and it's the first novel in Telangana. The first novel in Telangana. And there is a reason why we are studying about him, because there is an organization named Telangana Liberal Students Organization. Telangana Liberation, Telangana, written in all your textbooks. Telangana Liberation Students Organizations. Telangana Liberation Students Organization. Founded by, popular student leader, Mr. Kotireddy Manohar Reddy. At Usmania itself. It's a very important student organization in many ways. though it's a state international has done. It's the liberation students organizations led by Kota Reddy Manohar Reddy. Its first major agitation is for inclusion of for inclusion of this Prajala Manishi in the syllabus. For inclusion of Prajala Manishi in the syllabus. Why it is significant? Because it is the first novel in Telangana. The first novel in Telangana. But I believe in exam they may go a little deeper. And what is the theme of this book, Prajala Manishi? Anybody heard about the theme of the book, Prajala Manishi? Very important book, ma. Very important book. You guys must know about it. Okay, I believe you're not aware. No issues. I'll mention about it. No problem. You should know, ma. It's very important. So because all these people they have given ideological ammunition. If people like Vattikuttu Alvar Swami or Dasharathi Krishnamachari, Dasharathi Rangacharya, if this were not there, people would never know the kind of oppression which Telangana has faced historically. Isn't it? So, Vattikuttu Alvar Swami, he has brought into attention the kind of oppression which the population of Telangana has faced during Nizam times also. So we should not read Telangana state formation in isolation. It's like we should not confine ourselves to what happened to Telangana people after independence. It's like just a shift in hands. Oppression has continued from hands of Nizam into the hands of leaders of Coastal Andhra and leaders of Rayalaseema. So we should always read it in continuity. We should always read it into continuity, and there is a lot of continuity and there is a lot of commonality in the kind of oppression that has happened before and after. So it is here the significance of people like Vattikuttu Alvar Swami lies. Okay, look here. So the theme, though the book came in around 1955 and all, the theme of the book is how the Telangana society was there in the year this year. Just like RRR movie is set in 1920s Telugu states and 1920 India, the theme of his novel was set in this age. Okay, and in the background was the Nizamabad, the present day Nizamabad, and the book is popular as the first novel in Telangana. Okay, and it has effectively shown what kind of oppression the people of Telangana faced under the rule of Nizam. And of course, getting inspired from this book, the more popular book, Chillara Devullu, written by Dasharathi Rangacharya. It's another popular book, award-winning book, Chillara Devullu, and which also depicts Telangana society. Telangana society was written by Dasharathi Rangacharya. About him, we'll be discussing in a while. Let's know in a little bit more detail about this person, Vattikuttu Alvar Swami, who is called as Telangana Vaithalikudu also, isn't it? He has actively participated in the Telangana armed struggle. And he said that his novel depicts the prequel of Telangana armed struggle, means how the society was there in this period. And isn't it, if people are subjected to chronic injustices, and this prequel would lead to an agitation, an armed struggle. Okay, and he himself has participated in the Telangana armed struggle, and he was jailed, and it is in the jail only he has written this book called as Prajala Manishi. Okay, and this is the first novel written in Telangana for political awakening of the people, and it depicts the political awakening in the people, right? And another popular book written by him is Gangu. Gangu. Unfortunately, he died young. He died young. Otherwise, much more qualitative content would have come from him. He died young. But Dasharathi Rangacharya, his best friend, and also who participated along with him in Telangana armed struggle, has continued his legacy and has written has continued his writing on Telangana armed struggle. So this also should guide us in reading about another literary stalwart who has added ideological ammunition to Telangana movement, none other than Dasharathi Rangacharya. You also should know about Dasharathi Rangacharya, an important person. Anyone already know anything about Dasharathi Rangacharya? Your regular textbooks do not write much about these people. No? Ideally, they should have written, maybe due to paucity of space or time. They would not have written, but yes, their names keep appearing in the textbooks, and you guys must be thinking, who are they? But yeah. Another very popular book written by him, other than Chillara Devulu, is Modugu Pulu, write down. And very recently has passed away. He is considered the bridge between pre-independent and post-independent era, Dasharathi. He's a bridge between pre-independent and post-independent era of Telugu people, Dasharathi Rangacharya. He's born in Mehboob Nagar district. Look at his statement. Every atheist need not be a communist, and every communist need not be an atheist. Though he's a communist, he's not an atheist. He's a strong Vaishnava. He's a strong follower of Vaishnava sect. He's a communist, but he's not an atheist, right? And he also wrote the Vedas for the common man and dispelled the myth that they belong to a privileged few. If I was not a communist, I would not have written Vedas like this. Means he has, written Vedas in such a way that even common man understand the purpose and gist of the Vedas. Okay. And one of the last remaining literary and political bridges between the pre and post-independent eras of Telugu people, Dasharathi Rangacharya, exceptionally great man of letters. He has recently passed away. His father also was a school teacher, scholar, and his brother, very popular, as popular as him, Dasharathi Krishnamacharya, great poet and revolutionary. He is the one who has given Na Telanganama Koti Ratanala Veena. Na Telangana Koti Ratanala Veena. Who has given the statement? Na Telangana Koti Ratanala Veena, Dasharathi Krishnamacharya. Very important for your prelims. Na Telangana Koti Ratanala Veena. Don't get confused between Dasharathi Rangacharya and Dasharathi Krishnamacharya. He is Dasharathi Krishnamacharya, whereas he is Dasharathi Rangacharya. Okay, let's know in a little bit more detail and depth about these people so that you guys will not forget about them. He participated in the freedom struggle, and he also participated in the communist movement in the region, even as a student. He used his pen to bravely protest and ridicule the autocratic Nizam rule. He participated in the Telangana armed struggle and even went underground. Completed his higher education in Vijayawada, shifted to Hyderabad later. Sentiments as youngster remained throughout here until his breath is lost. Okay. Most famous work that were him, Kendra Sahitya Academy Award. He was given Kendra Sahitya Academy Award, Chillara Devulu. What did it do? It held a mirror to the life of Telangana in the early 20th century. In fact, he was probably the first writer to have introduced Telangana and Batukamma to entire Andhra Pradesh through his Chillara Devulu. Okay. It was even made into a movie. And another popular book, Modugu Pulu, Fire Flowers. Modugu Pulu is, I think if you guys remember in the introductory section also I have mentioned, Modugu Pulu is very significant to the Telangana culture, Telangana landscape, especially Telangana landscape dominated by wilderness. Modugu Pulu, which is also widely popularized and widely used during Batukamma festival. If you guys remember all that discussion we had made, but do not forget the name of this book, Chillara Devulu, right? And if you guys want to know this little bit of detail, generally, the local gods and goddesses are often undermined, and the Vedic gods are given prominence in most of the mainstream literature. In most of the mainstream literature, uh, the local gods and goddesses, like it could be Batkamma, or it could be Maisamma, or it could be Maridamma. These local gods and goddesses who are from different parts of the country, they are a wonderful manifestation of the kind of religious diversity which this country enjoys. But often, the Vedic gods are given more significance to the extent that Vedic gods and goddesses were highlighted at the expense of prominence given to the local gods and goddesses. And especially Telangana, owing to its landscape and owing to the prolonged rule of Nizams for a significant period of time, in Telangana you find many local gods and goddesses. It could be the tribal goddesses like Samakka, Saralamma, or the goddesses who are known as the protectorates of embankments of lake, like Gandi Maisamma, Katta Maisamma. All these people, they are very important to the landscape of Telangana gods, these gods and goddesses. And even the Modugupulu or the peacocks, these are all very important to the Telangana landscape. But often culturally, these people are not given their prominence, they are not given their due recognition. And it is through literary works like the ones written by Dasharathi Rangacharya and Dasharathi Krishnamacharya, the Telangana culture had attained the necessary prominence it deserves. The necessary prominence it deserves. Hope you guys understood this discussion. Very good. Yeah, I believe you're an anthropology student. It's very similar to the idea of great and little tradition. Correct. So there is a movie on this book. Yes, Vasant, I'm aware of that movie. Prajala Manishi is a book. And even Prajala Manishi, a movie was made, and also Chillara Devullu, also a movie was made. I'm not sure if Modugupulu was made into a movie, but on those two themes, a movie was made. Yes, correct. So let's read in a little bit more detail about them, so that we'll not forget. He wrote both of these works in Telangana dialect. Okay. His argument was that his books ought to be understood by common man, and he remained a true lover of Telangana and was quite vocal in his derision to what became of the dialect. How can you add a few Hindi words and call it Telangana? Jindagi is an Urdu word and they say it's Telangana. He lamented during an interview given to the author in 2011. He said that Telangana has got its own distinctive style, and he at a point of time even advocated that Telangana is a separate language. Be it his love for the language, his ridicule of Nizam, or his progressive ideology, Dasharathi Rangacharya minced no words when he had to voice his opinion, absolutely with no fear or favor. Even his spiritual work would lean towards progressive ideology and the common man. He said, every atheist need not be a communist and every communist need not necessarily be an atheist. I wrote the Vedas for the common man and dispelled the myth that they belong to a privileged few. If I was not a communist, I would not have written Vedas like this. Isn't it? So despite his criticism of the ways of the world, he was realistic and harbored a positive outlook on life. This came through very well in his acceptance of capitalism as the inevitable evil. Means though he did not support capitalism, he is not a staunch critic of capitalism also. On the contrary, he had always been a believer in socialism, like the protagonist in his book, Ranunnadi Edi Nijam, another important book. No? He believed that a socialist society would come into picture in this book, but still he also has supported capitalism. When you opt for an ism, you have to face both good and bad. Scams and corruption are the inherent traits of capitalism. A capitalist society does not allow the common man to think, but one cannot avoid this change. Socialism as it once prevailed in India would not have been possible today, even if the Soviet Union existed. So he is realistic, and he said that you have to accept the reality of the capitalism. And he also is known as Telangana Premchand and Telangana Gorki. Gorki, Maxim Gorki, is an important author. So he's also called as Telangana Premchand and Telangana Gorki. Be it his children's books or the books he had written on Vedas, novels, or mythology, poetry, works, or plays, the diverse literary contributions remain as invaluable treasures of Telugu language. A great scholar in many languages, including Sanskrit, Urdu, and English. He left behind a rich body of work that calls for revisiting, at least to understand the culture, history, and tradition that we come from. So that is about the significant contribution of Dasharathi Rangacharya. Expect a separate 10 marker also on him. Perfectly fine. And the information which we have given is good enough to write even a 10 marker on this literary stalwart from Telangana culture, Telangana region, Dasharathi Rangacharya. And he is also important when you guys read that Telangana culture. And another than his own brother, Dasharathi Krishnamacharya. You guys have to know about him. Just go through these words. So even today, he is being minded off, isn't it? And please write down the titles he has. You also see here. Please note down these details. They're also important for your Telangana culture. Okay. And another literary works of him. This could be important. Agnidara. This is also about Telangana armed struggle. Like his brother, he also has written lots of book on Telangana armed struggle. Another popular books. This is very popular, especially his translation of Urdu poet Ghalib's lyrics into he also is a film lyricist. That's the Krishnamacharya. But his Ghalib Geetalu is very popular. Remember, and also remember that Rudravina, Mahandrodhyamam, all those things. And he said this is his motivation for Telangana movement. And look, these are some of the important quotes given by him. I felt you can use it in your essays, ma. See here. So just try to remember a couple of his quotes. You can intelligently use them in your answers, to enhance the quality of your answers, especially in your essays. These are all Telangana, real Telangana ideologues. People like, Pattikuttu Alvar Swami or, Dasharathi Krishnamacharya, Dasharathi Rangacharya. You should not forget these people's and their names and the contributions they have given. And another name, very popular, I believe you guys must know about him. You know him? Dusharla Satyanarayana? Yeah? Anyone? Recently also his name has come up in the newspapers, right? Dusharla Satyanarayana? Okay, no worries. You should be aware of him. It's very important. He's also called as Waterman of Telangana. Who is Waterman of India? Who is Waterman of India? Rajendra Singh is called as Waterman of India, right? Just like he's Waterman of India, he's Waterman of Telangana. Can you see his name? Dusharla Satyanarayana. He's an Indian water rights activist and founder of Jalasadhana Samiti, an important organization, Jalasadhana Samiti. And he's fighting for drinking and irrigation water for Nalgonda district in Telangana, formerly Andhra Pradesh. And he is demanding for the Srisalam left bank canal tunnel scheme. Is this completed? What about Telangana? Sorry, Srisalam left bank canal. Is it completed? Not completed? Try to answer, please. Telangana left bank canal, completed, not completed? Just take a guess. Okay, not aware. No problem. Read about it, ma. You also have to have strong knowledge of your current affairs also. Srisalam left bank canal was not yet completed. What's the other name for it? Eliminate Madhav Reddy project, right? It was renamed as Eliminate Madhav Reddy project. Read about it, ma. They have not yet completed it. If it was completed, Nalgonda district would have got much better water. Excuse me, than what it is currently having, and fluorosis problem would have gone. Though it was largely addressed, but it would have gone completely had Nalgonda district, been given this waters of Srisalam left bank canal. The tunnel is yet to be completed. I think I did not include that information. Don't worry, I'll include that information here for you.
Actually, no.
And yeah, a very important organization started by Dusharla Satyanarayana is Jalasadhana Samiti. In 1980 itself, he fought for the unjust treatment of water allocation to Nalgonda, which resulted in widespread case of fluorosis. He did walkathons for water as well as Telangana statehood. He did various types of protests like Padayatras from Nalgonda to Srisalam, Yadagiri Gutta to Hyderabad to highlight the water woes of the people of region in general and the fluoride victims of the district in particular. He did protests in Delhi also. And recently also he is widely reported in newspapers. He has a land of 70 acres, barren land that he has turned into forest. Major achievement for an individual. Okay. Look. He also actively participated in the Telangana movement. And he also raised his voice against the neglect, even by the Telangana rulers. They are more interested in the irrigation projects of northern Telangana than southern Telangana, especially the Mahabub Nagar, Nalgonda districts. Be aware of this, ma'am. Very important idea. The so-called present ruling dispensation also, they are more interested in the irrigation projects of northern Telangana than that of the southern Telangana. Often, especially the Krishna River waters are neglected or not taken seriously. The projects across Krishna River are given stepmotherly treatment. So he also has raised his voice against that. That stepmotherly treatment to southern Telangana water projects or irrigation projects, right? So in this space, and the reason why we are reading about Dusharla Satyanarayana, in all the textbooks there is a mention about Dusharla Satyanarayana, that Dusharla Satyanarayana also, during his Padayatra, he has come to Usmania University. And Telangana Liberation Students Organization has given him a warm welcome, and they have organized a seminar with him. So this is a classical example of synergy between various organizations. Students fighting for the cause of Telangana. Somebody who is fighting for the cause of water for Telangana. So this is how different organizations have come together. At a point of time, all of this have consolidated into Telangana Aikya Vedika, about which we will be discussing in my next session. So I want to stop my class for today. Anything else you guys would like to add to this discussion, or any other information you want to, any doubts you have? So my suggestion, read whatever you read with clarity and comprehensiveness, and do not worry. I'll try to, whatever topics I am taking and including the Nishant one, we will try to give as much comprehensive information as possible than what is just written in your textbooks, and we will try to make it as interesting as possible. And it's also your responsibility, to give that little bit of extra push. See, everybody is reading the same textbooks. I find like everybody is reading the same V Prakash, everybody is reading the same B Raju, and of course everybody is reading Telugu Academy. And most of all the textbooks have written similar content. If you have to stand out and get that extra 5 mark, 10 mark, that can make all the difference. And most importantly, even people read, they won't remember. So we are trying to, enhance that, bring in that dynamism into your preparation, so that you guys will now easily remember things. So tell me, what is the book written by Vattikutty Alvar Swami? What is the book written by Vattikutty Alvar Swami? Yeah, what is the book written by Vattikutty Alvar Swami? All of you, please be active. Good. What are the books written by Dasharathi Rangacharya? Books written by Dasharathi Rangacharya, popular books. Chillara Devullu. What are the popular books written by Dasharathi Krishnamacharya, who is known as Modugapulu, Agnidhara. So what is Telangana Praja Samiti actually? See, because at a point of time you read from too many books. If I ask you what is Telangana Praja Samiti, what is Telangana Mahasabha, what is Telangana Janasabha, we end up getting confused. But the reason why we go into little deep into the subject, so you'll not forget. So who is Telangana Gandhi? Who is Telangana Gandhi? Who is Telangana Gandhi? Good. Bhupati Krishnamurti. Bhupati Krishnamurti is considered as the Telangana Gandhi. Good. What is the one of the important contention of Vishalandra Satyanarayana when it comes to irrigation projects in Telangana? Of course, the name of the organization is Jalasadhana Samiti. What is its important contention? Yes, it is biased for Northern Telangana. Biased for Northern Telangana, isn't it? Good. So which is the flower? Which is the flower which is a symbol of Telangana culture? A flower which is a symbol of Telangana culture. Good. Tangedu Pulu, Modugu Pulu, all these things now. Okay. So what is the name of the book that is published by Telangana Information Center? Good. Perspectives of Telangana. Ma Telangana is a series of papers published. Perspectives on that. Very good. So what is the commonality between Keshavrao Jadhav and Professor Jayashankar sir? What is commonality between both? Yeah, both of them, actively participated in Mulki agitation. Both of them are, part of 1969 Telangana agitation, and both of them continued, their ideological support even in the 1991 aftermath, isn't it? They have such a long history association with the Telangana struggle. Isn't it, ma? So just read about these people. So I'll stop my class for today. Yeah, thank you.
So anyone tried to answer the questions of chapter 1? during the break you have got? Anyone has attempted the answers? Questions of chapter 1. So how did you feel? Ishwar, how did you feel? So do the practice. What you can do is immediately after chapter you can attempt the questions and write the answers, so that it will give you that boost of confidence and help you to have the confidence on the chapter. Subsequently, say after 1 or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, then the retention of that chapter will come down. So that is how the memory works. Okay. So first, say after 1 month, just try to randomly open some question and try to attempt it. Then see how you are able to answer it. First write the question. First write the answer for that question. See how much you are able to recollect, and then come and see the notes or slide. Then what will happen is the gap between the remembering of your topic and the reproduction of the answer will come down. I hope I am clear with what I am trying to communicate. Is it clear? Clear to everyone? Yeah, fine. So that is good thing, so that by the time we are done with the portion, you are done with your UPSC prelims also. I can see the participants are reducing or not complete, maybe because of prelims or whatever, but try to be there in the live classes. It's only 2 hours. It will be a kind of a refreshing session for you. Okay, so today we'll straight away enter into the chapter 2. This week our target is to complete hopefully chapter 2 and chapter 3 both. Okay, so that in the part which I am handling, only 7 chapters will be there, and they also will be completed in 2 to 3 weeks maximum. Okay, so what was that we have discussed in the last class? Till what point we have discussed? Just to break the ice, because it's been 3 or 4 days we have connected. And what is that we have read in the last class? You can just type what are the important points. You just, if you only close your eyes. Yes, Mulki agitation up to the civilian government of M.K. Vellodi. 9 rules of Mulki. Yes, merger of Hyderabad State, Operation Polo, and then the J.N. Chowdhury, army rule, martial law. Okay, so your first chapter starts from the culture, various issues of Telangana, the arts, architecture, crafts, culture, and then moves on to the Nizam's rule. Okay, and then talks about the Salarjung reforms. So see, that's what I keep telling you, that history is a flow, and try to connect everything in that flow. Then you'll remember quite a lot, and you'll connect the dots. And then Salarjung and the Mulki movement during the Salarjung, subsequently how it was handled, what were the various agitations, the library movement, the Nizam Andhra Sabha, the Vandemataram movement, the Farmana of 1919, which was subsequently again reissued in 1933. Okay, and then Farman of 1933. Then we come to the merger of Hyderabad state. And meanwhile, we are seeing that how the educated class, like Burgula Ramakrishna Rao or the Bhagyareddy Verma, K.V. Rangareddy, Pingali Venkatram Reddy, all these prominent names in the Hyderabad state have come together for educational reforms like library movement, which actually turned into a political movement later, and how the communists came into picture, how the Razakars were introduced by the Nizam, and then how these Razakars became so violent against communists, and how the government of India has cleverly taken over the Hyderabad state, and then subsequently how the martial law was imposed, how the assurances given to Hyderabad Nizam were not honored, and during J.N. Chowdhury, what were the military issues, military excesses which were committed. Okay, and what was the report which was there during the military excesses of J.N. Chowdhury? A report stating the military excess of J.N. Chowdhury. What was that report? Yes, Sundarlal Committee report. How it again gave a glimpse of the military excesses during the J.N. Chowdhury, and how the communists were suppressed. And then when Nehru knew about the J.N. Chowdhury, he actually asked him to quit, and he sent M.K. Vellodi. And how Andhras and Madrasis and other North Indians gained prominence during M.K. Vellodi government, and how the Mulki rules were bypassed to benefit the outsiders. So until then we have done, and all this has led to the 1952 agitation. Right? Till that extent we have done. Yes or no? Anyone coming first time? Anyone attending the session first time? Because I have seen that some of them have joined the group very recently also. But even if someone is missing the classes, just try to see the class before attending the class, okay? So that the flow will be maintained. Okay, if you listen to the classes in isolation, probably the benefit is much lower than listening them in a flow. Fine. Coming there. So we stopped with 1952 Mulki movement or the Mulki agitation, which is called as Idli Sambar go back, or non-Mulkis go back, Gair Mulkis go back. So we just touched upon that movement. In chapter 2, that movement becomes a very, very important moment in the history of Telangana itself. Okay, and that actually sets the ball rolling for the Telangana movement itself. Okay, subsequently what happens and how Telangana merges into the state of Andhra Pradesh, and then how Andhra rulers dominate Telangana, that is all again we'll understand that. But the Telangana feeling was aroused during the 1952 agitation. There are many reasons for it. See, one thing is already the Hyderabad state people, okay, the Hyderabad state people were vexed up with the Nizam's rule. And when they were integrating into the government of India, that is the Union of India, they had certain hopes. And when the martial law of J.N. Chowdhury and M.K. Vellodi government did not assure the locals of the expectations. See, when you are forming a new government, the new government is not assuring you of the desired outcomes. So there they were very disappointed. And finally, by the time of 1940s and 1950s, we have lot of educated youth in Hyderabad itself. Lot of educated youth. So two things. One, they are coming out of Nizam's rule and then integrating into a new idea which is being sold, which is called India. So the expectations are high. The hopes are high. So when such expectations and hopes are dashed away, the revolt also will be at the same level. So you have to understand in that context, the violence of 1952. You got it? It's not an isolated event like overnight something happened and thousands of people started gathering and attacking. Any revolution or any big movement, the trigger may be a very small movement, but the build-up is over a period of time. You take the example of World War I, World War II also, at the international level, a small killing of a prince, a Duke prince is a reason for World War I. An invasion of Germany onto Poland is a reason for World War II. That is an immediate reason. But behind that immediate reason, there is a build-up of certain causes which are accumulating over a period of time for such an outburst. That we have to always understand in the context of very big movements. Even if you take the modern history, the non-cooperation movement, the civil disobedience movement, the Quit India movement, all these big movements by Mahatma Gandhi, they have started overnight. It feels like, okay, some Lahore session, done. Civil disobedience movement. One Nagpur session, non-cooperation movement. A meeting at Bombay, Quit India movement. No, it is not like that. History doesn't, see, lakhs of people do not come just like that. Only when severe injustice is being done, people come out. Similarly, the 1952 movement, you should not look at the isolated part. The immediate movement may be something. We will discuss what is the immediate reaction. But don't emphasize on the immediate reaction always. Immediate reaction, when you look at the context of the movement, may look very silly. For this, such a big movement happened. But the build-up might be very serious and it might have demanded that kind of reaction. Okay, why I am trying to explain all this to you is because when we read the reasons for 1952 movement, if as a layman, if we read, we'll see, what is this for this small issue? 10,000 people, 30,000 people came on the road. Were youth so free? That is the kind of questions which we come across. But we have to look at the larger context and larger picture of the movement. Then you will appreciate, okay, this might be an igniting event, but the actual build-up is right from 1940s itself. Okay? Clear? Follow this approach for all your history papers. Before a movement and after a movement. What are the reasons and what are the impact? The moment you do this, the flow will be very clear and you will be very comfortable in handling any type of questions. Okay. Yeah. I hope you can see my screen. Fine. So we are entering into the second chapter of the syllabus, Hyderabad State in Independent India. The Hyderabad State in Independent India. You can make running notes. So there will again be some facts and figures as there in any examination. And sometimes in this particular paper or in this particular exam, we are trying to emphasize more on facts, though I am assuming humbly and sincerely that all the state level civil services examinations are moving towards UPSC, that is more analytical and logical type of questions. But the history of state service examinations has been more on the facts. Let's be honest about it. So wherever possible, because practically it is impossible for anyone to remember so many facts. If you focus more on the facts, you will lose the essence of the subject. So wherever possible, we'll try to do some facts, okay, which might be important for the examination. Okay. So the Hyderabad State in independent India was formed, okay, after the Vellodi government. The first elections were held on 6th of March in the March of 1952, and the government, official government, was formed on 6th March 1952. Why this stat becomes important is because it is the first official elected government of the state of Hyderabad. Very important. First official elected state government of Hyderabad. At the time, Telangana is not there. It is still called the state of Hyderabad. So 1952, 6th March, the government was formed. Who was the chief minister? Burkula Ramakrishna Rao. Okay. If you want, because this person comes quite a lot. We'll try to see his picture. Is my Google page visible to you guys? Okay. I hope now it is visible now. No. So this person is Burgula Ramakrishna Rao. Okay, the first chief minister of Hyderabad state. Okay. He is the first chief minister of Hyderabad state. Okay, just for information, so that we can just recognize him. The present secretariat is being run from a building called Burgula Ramakrishna Rao Bhavan. I hope you all know that. Till the makeshift secretariat till the new secretariat being built by the Shapurji Pallamji will come in place very soon next year. If any of you go near the tank bund, you can see that already the towers are coming up. They have demolished the old secretariat and new secretariat is coming up there. Till then, the administrative departments are running in Burgula Ramakrishna Rao Bhavan. Okay, so he was the person who was actively involved right from the library movement, then gave a lot of support to the Vandemataram movement, subsequently fighted against the Nizam, and finally became the chief minister of the Hyderabad state after the Vellodi government left. So that is the importance of this person called Burgula Ramakrishna Rao. And at that time, there were 175 seats in the state of Hyderabad. And we all know that The Razakars movement was to suppress the communists who were actually going against the Nizam. So the communists were quite strong even then in the independent state of Hyderabad. Okay, if we see out of 175 seats, 93 were by the Indian National Congress and 42 were by the communists and remaining are the others. So 42 communists, and if you see at that time Hyderabad state was not the present Telangana. It was having Bidar, some regions of Karnataka, some regions of Maharashtra like Aurangabad, etc. So wherever the Marathi and Kannada population was very much prevalent, at that places Congress won. And in the core, in the present day core Telangana, the Nalgonda, Warangal, Karimnagar, these places communists won. For long after the formation of Telangana, till the recently where the Communist Party has actually lost its foothold in Telangana, these areas had lot of influence of communists and Maoists. Okay. And this person, B. Ramakrishna Rao, was a revenue minister during M.K. Vellodi. So he was already having the ministerial experience under the Vellodi. Now he became the chief minister of Hyderabad state. Okay, after the first elections under the banner of Indian National Congress. Under him, 12 ministers were there. Okay, under the first government of B. Ramakrishna Rao, there were 12 ministers. Out of them, some important names which we come to know are G.S. Melkote, the finance minister, Mari Channareddy, a very important personality in Telangana politics. He was the food and agriculture minister. K.V. Rangareddy, again a very towering personality in Telangana political setup. He was customs, excise, forestry minister initially, and then later Mari Channareddy has transferred the land revenue to him. Okay, these were some of the important personalities during the ministerialship of B. Ramakrishna Rao. And as promised to the Nizam was the governor or the Raj Pramukh of the Hyderabad state. The governor or the Raj Pramukh of the Hyderabad state. This is about the first government of the independent Hyderabad state after M.K. Vellodi has handed over the power and subsequent elections. So elections to Hyderabad state were there. So reading the Telangana history also lets us know a lot of facts which we never learned in our school textbooks. Yes or no? Most of the school textbooks end with Nizam's Hyderabad being accessed into India, and then they straight away start with 1956, the formation of Andhra Pradesh. Between 1950 to 1956, so much happened. Most of the people in Telangana did not know it. Luckily, okay, now the Telangana government is in power and a lot of history about Telangana coming up even in the textbooks. But previously, this information was not available. Agreed? Okay. So now, this was the first government of Hyderabad state. Yeah. Coming to the Mulki agitation of 1952 and the demand for local employment. An important topic, a definite, sure, short question as far as your paper 6 is concerned. Be rest assured. Salarjung reforms, Mulki agitation, Okay, all these are extremely important timelines in paper 6. Okay, so the Mulki agitation of 1952 is important because the government during that Mulki agitation was the Hyderabad government being led by B. Ramakrishna Rao. So even after the formation of Hyderabad state, it's not like Vellodi was there or J.N. Chaudhary was there. No. By 6th March 1952, B. Ramakrishna Rao was the head of the Hyderabad state. During his tenure, this agitation happened. Hence, it becomes much more important because people who supported the cause of Hyderabad state, under their rule only this agitation happened. So coming to the history of this movement, we all know that, we have read that the problem of Mulki is there right from the time of Salarjung I. Well, it was there even before Salarjung I during Bahmani time, but the Kuli Qutub Shah kings have managed to keep it under the carpet. But after the 1850s, where the Salarjung has come into power and he has made a lot of reforms and started inviting a lot of outsiders to come and participate in the development of Hyderabad, the problem of Mulki again came to the forefront. So this problem was there since the time of Salarjung I. It was getting aggravated, but Nizam was time and again trying to suppress it by passing it some Farman, some Gazette, some civil list, and then some assurance to Mulkis. Again, how it was being bypassed and all, we have seen that. The real problem was, again, the Mulki issue was neglected during the tenure of J.N. Chaudhary and Vellodi governments. At this time, the northern people, the Andhras, the Madrasis, all were brought into the administration of Hyderabad state. There were many absurd reasons. Okay, the reasons are many. So what I would recommend is, see, in this particular going forward, till now there is a neutral version of the Telangana movement, right? So now the movement will be, if you read any textbook or any place, there will be a lot of statements demeaning the Andhras, Madrasis, others. Being a civil aspirants, civil service aspirants, the state public service examinations, we need not be abusive towards any region. Okay, let's not be abusive towards any region. We can convey our point in a very diplomatic and a professional way because we are aspiring to be group 1 officers. Understood? So some textbook may write the Andhras have cheated, the Andhra rulers have done that, there is this, the Andhras have looted. So just come down a step and express the same point in a better English. Okay. Like the assurances given to the Telangana were never met during the Andhra rulers. Instead of saying Andhra rulers looted. See, that is a political jargon, right? If some politician is using that, it's fair enough. Officers should not use the jargon of politicians. So be careful henceforth from here onwards. The jargon we use or the kind of words we use in our answers. Okay, don't think that if you abuse Andhra rulers or the other aspects of this thing, you'll get good marks in the exam. No. Okay, the examiners are also very professional. They try to understand how matured you are in addressing the issue at hand. Okay, I hope it is clear. Fine. So We know that during J.N. Chaudhary and Vellodi government also the Mulki rules were flouted. So Mulki rules were clearly flouted throughout the passage of history. Okay. In this context, in this backdrop, a very big agitation was taken up in the Telangana, which is famously called the Mulki agitation of 1952. It was mostly by students and the NGOs. And the trigger, as I just now said before the class, the trigger for that movement is in the Warangal. In the Warangal. And we'll see that the next incident also happens in Warangal. So what happened is, in Warangal University, there was a summit. There was a summit where prominent professors and personalities from across the south were called. In that meeting, this person from Andhra comes to the Warangal University to address the crowd or the students. Okay. And his name is Ayadevara Kaleshwar Rao. This person is invited as a chief guest. He is Ayadevara Kaleshwar Rao. This person comes to address the students of Warangal University. So what happens is, this person speaks in a very demeaning way about the civilization and culture of Telangana. He says, you people are not civilized. You people need civilized people like Andhras to come and take over you. You people are, your Telugu is not pure. Your Telugu is Urdu. You come and you learn Telugu and be part of Andhra. So this really flared up the students of Warangal University. They felt really humiliated. Like, how dare this person is coming from that part of the state and coming and insulting our culture, our civilization. So this is not accepted. And they all went to Burgula and they have given a petition. Sir, what is this? A person coming and insulting the Telangana culture. Please take some action. They have become very serious. And they said, henceforth, we need to have certain assurances from the CM, Chief Minister, about the implementation of Mulki rules, or else people like Ayadevara Kaleshwar Rao will keep coming to Hyderabad state and keep speaking loose about the culture, civilization and the language of Hyderabad. Please do something, sir. They have gone to CM and asked for immediate implementation of Mulki rules. And this particular incident of Warangal spread like a wildfire. It spread like a wildfire because it was a kind of insult to the Telangana civilization itself. So Burgula government, the CM Burgula, assured the students and the NGOs to calm down. He said, okay, please calm down. I can understand your inner feeling, how bad you're feeling. So let me come up with a subcommittee. And let me assure you about the Mulki rules implementation. Okay, so that was the initial assurance. And then there subsequently after this Ayadevara Kaleshwar Rao speech and the agitation or the protest by the students, there was a lot of questions which were being asked in the assembly, the floor of assembly legislature, about why the Mulki rules are not being implemented. What is wrong with non-implementation of Mulki rules? If you remember, during M.K. Vellodi government, certain posts were exempted from application of Mulki rules. Yes, So why they were being done? So the opposition questioned the CM in the floor of assembly. To this, what the CM has told, that the non-Mulkis who are appointed in education and police department cannot be removed. And he has gone to an extent saying that locals with the desired qualification for certain posts are not available, and hence we had to bring people from outside and employ in Hyderabad state. And he has given the third reason, the fake certificates, the temporary basis, people are here by giving the fake certificates, and certain people are here on ad hoc temporary basis. They can be removed by giving the Mulki clause. These were the reasons given by Burgula Ramakrishna Rao to explain as to why still non-Mulkis are more prominent in the education. And the most questionable claim among the three reasons was locals not available with the required skill sets. So obviously the question is, boss, what is the skill set you want and what is that it is lacking here? So students felt really humiliated even by the CM statement that this is not something which we are going to look into. Okay. So then CM, as I told you, he has assured the students, okay, especially after an incident. An incident happened where the students were again aggrieved. That is the incident of Pardasarthi versus Hyagriwachari. Seems like both are Tamilian names. So Pardasarthi obviously is a Tamilian name. Hyagriwachari we don't know. So the Pardasarthi versus Hyagriwachari episode. Again it happened in Warangal. What happened? This Pardasarthi was the divisional inspector of schools in Warangal. He was divisional inspector of schools in Warangal. When he took charge of this particular post, overnight he has transferred 150 to 180 teachers into very remote locations without their consent. We all know if teachers are just like that transferred, it becomes an issue. Even recently, when this GO was implemented about the zonal system and when the teachers were transferred across Telangana, there was a lot of hue and cry from the teachers. So similar thing happened in the time of Pardasarthi. The transfer of teachers left and right was questioned. And many teachers started to have grievance as to why this fellow is transferring us overnight to remote places. And in support of them, this person called Hyagriwachari came into the picture. He supported the teachers. He supported the teachers saying that, yes, their grievances are legitimate. What Mr. Pardasarthi has done is without consensus by the teachers. How we can transfer? See, 1 or 2 teachers, 3 or 4 teachers, everyone can understand. 180 teachers within Warangal, if you are transferring, what is the reason? Because you are non-local, you don't want to entertain the local people, you are doing this. That was a kind of logical outcome which has come from this transferring of teachers. Okay, so what happened? The government ordered inquiry against Pardasarthi. They ordered inquiry against Pardasarthi, saying that, boss, why you have transferred so many people at one go? Please explain. And also, there is a complaint against you that since you are non-local, you are not comfortable with the local teachers. In this context, the students of Warangal have gone and met the chief minister, who is Burgula Ramakrishna Rao. What he said, I'll form a subcommittee. That subcommittee will give the findings of the Parthasarathi incident, and also publish certain list of Mulkis in the government, and also an action plan which can be taken to the cabinet for implementation of Mulki rules. 3 assurances: Parthasarathi incident, and then what are the Mulkis and non-Mulkis, this thing, and the recommendations for passing on to the cabinet. This the subcommittee was supposed to perform. So when students met, the CM has given a assurance, but the CM has not formed the subcommittee even after 4 or 5 days after the meeting. The students got restless. They said, "What is wrong with you, boss CM? You are our CM. Please be available to us. You please form the subcommittee as promised. Why aren't you doing?" So they did not get any response. Okay. So before meeting the CM, there was already a small level agitation in the Warangal itself, where a group of students came together and protested the act of Parthasarathi of transferring en masse the teachers. Around 4,000 students protested by the slogans "Idli Sambar go back, non-Mulki go back." So when this 1952 agitation is called "Idli Sambar go back," you can understand in what context this has come. Because Parthasarathi is a Tamilian, so generally Idli Sambar is like that. So that's why the Idli Sambar movement came up in the picture. And then this particular injustice passed on to the other parts of the state. This particular agitation has passed on to the other parts, where students came forward and morally supported the agitation of Warangal students. So as I said, on 6th of August, the students met the CM and asked for removal of non-Mulkis. And the CM has issued a press note. He said he will issue a press note about the formation of subcommittee. The CM was supposed to give a press note for the formation of subcommittee to look into the grievances of the students and to inquire into the Parthasarathi incident. But the press note did not come. Students were waiting. See, the 6th August they met, and the 27th August, till 27th August, there was no response from the chief minister. So the student said, "Okay, boss, you are not responding. So for us, the 27th August is deadline. If you don't give the press note about the appointment of subcommittee, we are going on indefinite strike. Be ready." Is it clear? So the point here is the CM has delayed certain action and the students got restless. They gave an ultimatum to CM. So we don't know if it was intentional delay or unintentional delay by the CM. Okay. CM unofficially informed the students on 27th night through other means that I have given clearance for appointing a subcommittee. So ask the students to stop the stop the strike. By the time all the arrangements are done, all the students across Telangana are informed for a strike. And those are not days of WhatsApp and Telegram, right? You get a notice and then immediately jump, no, like that. So the information was spread. So students said, at this point of time, we cannot stop the strike. We are really sorry about it. Because we have informed everyone about the strike. You have not woken up till 27th. And now, 27th evening, you are coming and saying, I have appointed a subcommittee for which there is no clear media print. How do we believe the Chief Minister? Then the Assistant Collector of Warangal has given in writing to these people, the students, that yes, the subcommittee is being appointed and it has been confirmed by the Chief Minister. Based on that in writing message, the issue was that the students have taken up a peaceful strike because they did not want to go. See, their assurance has been met. Instead of press note, the assistant collector has given in writing that CM is going to appoint a subcommittee. They agreed. Okay, fine. We cannot stop the strike because it's already announced and the message is passed on. Instead of violent or protesting, we'll strike in a very peaceful way. That's what they promised to the assistant collector. So meanwhile, what happened is Parthasarathi, again, one of the controversial man of this 1952 agitation, he has gone to the assistant collector on 28th morning. He said, sir, students have assured you about the non-violent protest, but my life is under threat. I may be killed anytime. I want police protection. I want police protection. So typical, the Telugu cinema types. So this fellow says, my life is under threat, give me protection. So obviously assistant collector, he has the responsibility of the civilian lives. He said, okay, I'll grant you police protection. And this fellow is entering the school. He's entering the school campus. And along with him, who is coming? Police people are coming. Students, they are doing peaceful protest, just discussing among themselves. Parthasarathi is coming with police. Parthasarathis version is, I am bringing police to save my life. But the students who are in a different mindset, what will be their thinking? This fellow is bringing police, though we are doing peaceful protest. This fellow is bringing police with certain wicked intentions. See, even if we are in the student's position, we'll think the same. We cannot completely blame Parthasarathi because that fellow was afraid. A huge student group is sitting in the campus. How will he enter? If he's holden and if he's thrashed, he will die. So that fellow was correct in his version. Students were right in their own thinking. When the police entered, students objected, saying, in the college premises or the school premises, and when we already informed that the strike is going to be peaceful, why are you guys coming here? Police are again correct in their own way. They have the orders of the assistant collector. They said, we have the orders of assistant collector. We have to enter the campus. They said, no. This is an educational institution and you are not supposed to enter. And then the friction starts, right? In that friction, students and the police get tussle each other and police did the lathi charge. So that's why I said it's like a typical Telugu movie. Okay. So the lathi charge happened. And there are many Telugu movies based on these kind of incidents where the students are provoked and then they attack. And why go to the Telugu movie? In 2009 to 2014, many times the situation of OU campus was very similar to what happened now. I don't know many of you guys remember or not, because we were all in our prime youth during that time and we could connect to the incidents then. So at that time, so this thing happened. So this lathi charge became a very, very serious incident across the state. Why? The students have promised a peaceful strike. Students have promised peaceful strike. Police came into the campus, did lathi charge on the students. Immediately, there was a huge outcry against this particular incident across the state of Hyderabad. Many students from Hyderabad also reacted sharply, saying that what is this? What is wrong with the government? They are trashing their own people. And there was a huge mob of students who gathered in Hyderabad to protest against the Warangal incident. So the police commissioner of Hyderabad was shocked. He said, what is this? So many people gathered. It's a typical issue of law and order. How do we stop it? Hence, the police warned everyone in Hyderabad that if at all, if you are going to gather against the Warangal incident and do any demonstration here, you will be punished. And the mob was also lathi charged in Hyderabad. And in 3rd September, in the Hyderabad, all the processions were banned. But this did not stop the students. They all gathered at the famous City College. Even today, it is just beside the High Court. City College. Students gathered at the City College. They were speaking about the police excesses, but at the same time, police came and got deployed. And this enraged the students. What is this nonsense? Police are coming and attacking us. They started pelting stones. Police started giving the tear gas shells. In this process, the commissioner came to stop this ruckus. His car was damaged. He was injured. His clothes were torn. And the police head of Hyderabad is being insulted. So police will get enraged, right? So the police started further lathi charging, giving the tear gas shells, displacing the crowd, what all they have done. Suddenly, over a period of time, many students are coming and gathering, and the situation was becoming more complicated and more delicate. The handling of the situation was becoming more delicate at the City College. Many prominent leaders like the Venkat Swami, Konda Lakshman tried to come and pacify the students. But when the mob is large, 20,000, 30,000 students are there, it is difficult to control by a leader. Say if I am the leader of the group, I am having 30,000 behind me, say 10,000 will listen to me, but someone within that 10,000 will be a naughty fellow. He'll say, hey, what listening to that fellow, again he'll throw some stone. And again the situation will get repeated. So that was exactly happening at that point of time. When the mob is bigger, no one can control it because everyone has their own feelings of emotion. I may be leader, but if I'm trying to control everyone, not everyone will be listening to me at that point of time. Understood? So these leaders were trying to come and pacify the issue. Students were time and again getting into the quarrel mode, and they were pelting stones on the leaders, on the police. Situation became very, very uncontrollable. And then with the permission of magistrate, the police ordered for firing. In the firing, it was announced that 4 people died on the spot. So this enraged further, the episode became a very big issue of political in nature now. Now, students who gathered, gone to the Usmania hospital to collect the dead bodies. To their surprise, there were no dead bodies at all in the Usmania hospital. So when inquired by the CM, boss, what is happening? Then police secretly come and told the CM, sir, we have buried those dead bodies secretly near Mir Alam tank. CM was shocked. What is this nonsense here? First of all, you have fired, you have killed students, and then you have buried them without informing anyone. No, 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 don't do that. Remove the bodies and hand over. And finally, by removing the bodies, they've handed over to the gathering public, and CM has given assurance, and the entire episode got subsided over a period of 3-4 days by passing the curfew orders, 144 section, whatever, whatnot. And finally, it was noticed in the independent inquiry that not 8 people died in the firing during the 1952 agitation at City College. And this agitation at City College stands a very tall agitation in the history of Telangana, because it was agitation by the students, and it was an impromptu agitation, not tailored by any leader or something. It was an impromptu agitation by the students. It was an agitation based on a cause which happened in Warangal. Warangal caused reaction in Hyderabad, and it was a huge movement based on the participation of the students. 30 to 40,000 people, students, participated in the particular movement. Any doubt with regard to this particular episode, 1952 movement? Important topic. Is it clear? So now that you know the issue, is Pardasarathi incident only the reason for 1952, or some, who is that, Ayyadevara Kaleshwar Rao incident only the reason for 1952? Now look at the entire episode and tell me, is Pardasarathi incident only the reason, or is the Ayyadevara Kaleshwar Rao only the reason for 1952 movement? Yes, they were triggering events. They were triggering events for the grievance of Telangana students. And that's why even today, with all due respect to our Chief Minister, they say that his hunger strike was a triggering movement. Because the 2009 to 2014 movement, undoubtedly, the present Chief Minister had played a crucial role. Undoubtedly. Okay, this I am saying in a very politically neutral way. Okay, I don't subscribe to any parties as such. But I don't know how many of you people were youngsters or teenagers then. The movement was driven by the students of Kakatiya University, Warangal University, throughout Telangana, the employees of Telangana. Whatever call CM at that, whatever call Mr. KCR gave at that point of time, the entire Telangana stood like anything with him. So the triggering event was definitely KCR's hunger strike. His leadership is not questioned, but the participation of entire Telangana cannot be forgotten. Had it not been the 3 crore people who supported KCR, there was no Telangana movement itself. Similarly, in 1952, students in large number were protesting for their rights. Unfortunately, at the time the government was local government, the students did not receive the support. Government was of Burgala Ramakrishna Rao. And students are coming on roads and they are protesting. And ideally, when you promised so much to these guys, you should fulfill that. Instead, they were beaten, they were trashed. See, okay, violence is not the excuse. Violence is not the way of protesting. Everyone agrees for it. But the agitation is by our own students. Yeah, anything else with regard to this particular topic? So try to understand in what context this moment happened, and what are the triggering moments of this particular movement. Fine. Let's move ahead. So after this movement, Justice Jagan Mohan Reddy Commission, okay, was formed to inquire into the entire episode. The Justice Jagan Mohan Reddy Commission was formed to inquire into the entire episode. So obviously Justice Jagan Mohan Reddy, he is a lawyer, he is a judge, and the firing orders were given by the magistrate, and the police will definitely cover up for the firing done. So what the report highlighted is that the numbers were huge, around 40,000 participated. The police tried its best. They did lathi charge, they gave the tear gas shells, but the mob kept on pelting stones. They burned the police vehicles. They injured the police commissioner. They did not listen to any leader, and hence police had no option but to fire. Hence the firing by the police is justified. So that was a report of Justice Jagan Mohan Commission. And what is the significance of this movement in the context of Telangana? For the first time in the independent state of Hyderabad, it again highlighted the Mulki sentiment. The Mulki sentiment highlighted the Mulki sentiment, which was there for quite some time. Okay. And then did not want non-locals in employment, like people like Pardasarthi. They opposed him in the employment. And we'll read what is this Vishalandra. It opposed the concept, it laid the seeds for the opposition of the concept of Vishalandra. It opposed the concept of Vishalandra. And finally, it laid the seeds for the starting of Telangana sentiment. Because if you see, this movement got triggered by an insult to Telangana culture, insult to Telangana civilization, insult to Telangana language. And then Telangana sentiment started from this very 1952 Mulki movement, famously called as Idli Sambar movement, Ghair Mulki movement, Mulki go back movement. Okay, whatever it is called 1952 Mulki agitation. So if you see the causes and the impact is the significance of Mulki agitation. Agreed? So this is how it started and it ended, and then its impact being felt in the subsequent movements of Telangana. Is it clear to everyone? Yeah. Attempt the first question. Take 5 minutes time and sorry. Take 5 minutes time and give a proper answer. Don't give me bits and pieces, pointers. Give a proper answer for first question. Yes, please. I'm waiting for the answer. Who is this? Someone has posted the answer. Ishwar Chand. So what's the question? Mulki agitation of 1952 is a precursor to the Telangana movement of 2009. Elaborate. See, this is a kind of innovation by me. Because I was very much following the Telangana movement of 2009 to 14. So we were all in our prime youth. Most of our friends participated. We also participated and all, but we did not go into agitation or something like that. We lent our moral support. But by reading 1952 movement, I could connect to what happened in 2009. Many of my friends know you and all. So I could connect to that. So just I thought, what if there is a question on those lines? So let's see. That also makes your reading interesting, right? When history, if you read it in isolation, as I told you many times, it looks very boring. When you connect it to the present, you'll try to have certain kind of interest in towards the topic. Good. Ishwar, you gave a decent answer. Anyone else wants to try? Anyone else, please? Ishwar Chand, you can post the answer to everyone instead of to me. I think you have posted it to me direct message. Post it to everyone again. Yeah, everyone have seen this structure by Ishwar. Clear? Hello? Don't see the response coming today. Any issue? Or is the topic too simple? What else you can add, Kaushik? Tell me. You can add that the trigger movements for both the agitations were the humiliation of Telangana culture, civilization, and language. Yes, in 2009, when KCR took up the agitation, he was also questioning why in Telugu movies always villains are from Telangana accent. You know this Ramireddy, the Kota Srinivas Rao also, when he was villain, he used to talk in Telangana accent. So why in Telugu movies always Telangana accent is villain? Only now we are seeing, right, when this Vijay Devarkonda comes into picture, or that recent movie where that DJ Tillu, the Telangana accent has become the hero accent also. But see the movies before 2009, where hero speaking Telangana accent. So this same thing happened in 1952. That Ayadevara Kaleshwar Rao said Telangana Telugu is not a language at all. You can add those points. And Telangana civilization also was insulted or humiliated. And huge number of non-Mulkis in 1952. Same thing was there in 2009. If we look at the group 1 posts of 2009, majority of the people working in Hyderabad were non-locals. Okay, clear? You see the movies before 2009, 2007, 2006. You cannot find any hero who's speaking in Telangana accent. Now, Vijay Devarkonda's accent itself is very popular and he is famous. Okay. And even people like the Vishwak Sen or even the DJ Tullu fellow, everyone now, speaking the Telangana accent is now accepted. Before, Telangana accent was confined to villains. Tanikela Barni, Ramireddy, Kota Srinivas Rao. Everyone who was a villain used to speak in Telangana accent. That was also pointed out by KCR. Okay. So, see, it is a kind of perception people carry, right? So that's why the agitation has a solid background. KCR again was a facilitator for a long-standing issue. The issue was burning. The issue was always burning. It was not like it died and suddenly by magic mind of KCR, the people of Telangana got woken up. The issue was always there. There was no channelization of energy because during NTR and subsequently during the United Rulers, the Telangana movement lost slight steam. It went off track. But the movement was still there. The fire was there, but the intensity of fire was not there. So maybe we have to give credit to KCR for channelizing that fire into a proper way to achieve the Telangana statehood. Okay. Fine. Is it clear? Go for the second question. It's a very straightforward question. Okay. It's a straightforward question. So we'll just move to the next topic. Tomorrow, I think one small class around 1.5 hours will finish off chapter 2. Okay. Tomorrow chapter 2 will be done. In the next class, we'll do the chapter 3 and it will also take 2 classes. So again, we are very much on the track. Okay. Don't worry about it. Fine. Because in this institute, at least me and Vivek don't believe in gossiping much or giving all non-useful data to you. Okay, whatever is being taught in the class or whatever we are speaking will make sense and will help you in writing the answers. Okay, that much we can assure. There are institutes who are taking 70-80 hours for Telangana movement. I am really surprised as to how someone can extend so much time. I'm sorry, but this topic can be done crisply and straightforward in a much better way because time is very valuable for aspirants. Okay. Every hour, every minute counts. Right. Coming to the next aspect of the chapter, that is the debates and demands for the Telangana state. So we all seen that 1952 had its own importance in the history of Telangana. So actually, what was the reasons? What were the reasons for people to come up and ask for an independent Telangana state? What were the reasons? We already had an Hyderabad state. We are having this Madras presidency where the Andhra was part of till 1953. Telangana came into the Hyderabad state came into limelight in 1953. 1952 March 6, the elections happened. What were the debates and demands towards the Telangana state? Coming to the first point, historic injustice. Okay, historic injustice towards the Telangana. What do you mean by historic injustice? Can someone explain me? Historic injustice. I have just mentioned one word, historic injustice. Just explain me what is historic injustice. Please, I want you people to be more attentive because, sometimes the subject can become dry, but, you should not lose the focus. Or else, there will be a disconnect. I will be speaking, you will be thinking somewhere else. Moreover, this is an online session. I am not present in front of you. I am connecting through a video and then sharing my screen. Everything becomes a bit more complex. I can understand that, but please that's why I just keep asking you clear, because the message when it comes to me, not that I know, I am at least having confidence that most of you will be clear with everything, but it's just an assurance for me that you guys are with me in the class, nothing else. Okay. Just give me a minute. So, historic injustice, non-equal distribution of resources, Pradeep, where the resources being distributed at historical level. Your second point makes a lot of sense. I agree with that. Your second point makes a lot of sense. Yeah, marginalization of locals and giving priority to non-locals. Historical injustice, here it means it is from the time of Nizam. As simple as that. Now, are you able to recollect all the points we have discussed? First point is historic injustice with regard to the Nizam's rule, where the Mulkis were time and again suppressed. Okay, so that is one important aspect. The non-Mulki agitation which set the ground for Telangana movement. Just now we have discussed, nothing much to speak on this again. Immigrants into Telangana during Nizam rule, right from Salarjung time. So, historic injustice with regards to Nizam's rule, where Mulkis were bypassed and the non-locals were given importance. The next aspect is these immigrants, when they came to Hyderabad state, they were not silent. They did not come here, do their work and go, not like that. They started dominating the Hyderabad and Telangana people itself. Dominating through culture, humiliation, language, questioning the civilization. So, and we also knew at some point, Hyderabad people are reading in Persian. suddenly Urdu comes. Hyderabad people are reading Urdu, suddenly English comes. Now they are reading English and Urdu, and then Telugu comes. And Telugu in the United Andhra was when M.K. Vellodi or other people came into picture, they imposed Telugu as a language, qualifying language for jobs in Telangana. They have never read anything in Telugu. Suddenly you are asking Telugu as a qualifying language. You see, even in the group 1 notification in the present examination, English is a qualifying language, but not Telugu. In APPSC, Telugu is a qualifying language. You please observe that difference. I don't know how many of you have observed that. Telugu is not a qualifying language in TSPSC, while English is a qualifying paper. Because it comes from certain history. Okay. And then these immigrants who came to the Telangana state started dominating Telangana people. So again, that was a reason for debate and demand of Telangana state. And then we know the Andhra University episode during Vandemataram movement. When the Vandemataram movement took place in 1930s, when the Nizam has rusticated the students of Osmania University and debarred them from appearing in their degrees, students ran to Madras and Andhra for completion of their degrees. Unfortunately, both the places they were not entertained. Finally, they have gone to the Nagpur University to complete their degrees. So, there is already a pain in the hearts of Telangana people that they were not supported by their brothers during the need of the hour. Further, to add salt to the injury, the Razakar movement was a very, very violent movement. Women, children, elders, old people, youth, no one was spared. Atrocities against everyone. What people did, they ran away to the hinterlands of Andhra, like Guntur, Vijayawada, other places. They sought shelter and refuge. Please, let us stay here for a few days till those Razakars movement subsides. Help us. While some people have really helped the Hyderabad state people, some people took advantage of the situation and started looting them with more rents, with more, borrowing by lending money at high interest rates. So that image also was there about the Andhra people on the minds of Telangana people. And the time during J.N. Chowdhury and M.K. Vellodi, where Mulki rules were bypassed for appointment of Andhras, Madrasis, North people in crucial government posts, and where the Telugu was made a medium for applying to teacher post. So someone should read Telugu medium. Where was Telugu? It was not there in Telangana. It was not being taught in Telangana. Either it was Urdu or English, even in Osmania University. Suddenly, in 1940s, they said all teacher posts should know Telugu. It's not that Telangana is averse to Telugu, but when we learn Telugu, we can write Telugu and we can read Telugu. Today, yes, we also can do very good in Telugu. We have poets in Telugu. We have scholars in Telugu. But we have to be exposed to the subject, right? Suddenly, if someone is asking you to write something in Arabic or Assamese, how many people will be comfortable? Not easy. So, this also was a very, very demeaning step towards the culture of Telangana. And by all these steps, by all the sequence of events which happened over a period of centuries or tens of years, Telangana people thought that, the neighboring state of Andhras and Madrasis were not accepting them as they are. They are not accepting as they are. And they had their own inhibitions and fears about the people from Andhra and other places, especially the Madras and Andhra regions. That is the context in which the Telangana movement started. This is the context and the mindset of Telangana people towards the Andhra people. It is not just a 40-50 year movement. Again, you understand the canvas on which the Telangana movement or the Telangana issue stands. It is a centuries old issue. The mindset of Telangana towards the Andhra people is not an overnight issue. It's not just pertaining to certain group 1 posts or certain chief ministers who are coming and ruling. They are already having a beforehand experience with the attitude of the neighbors. And hence, in this context, the Vishalandra movement, the merging of Hyderabad into Andhra Pradesh, all these were becoming issues because we have a preconceived notion, and the preconceived notion has certain background. It doesn't come just all of a sudden. No, we don't want Andhra people. Not like that. We have the experience, and hence we are having certain reservations towards the people. Is it clear? So these are important points which you need to mention in your answers. The debates and demands pertaining to the Telangana movement itself. Again, Telangana movement is not an overnight movement. For this generation, we may think 2009 is a turning point and all. Yes, definitely it is. But it is a burning issue from 1853 onwards. It took a lot of twists and turns and finally arrived at 2014. So the next important topic, now that you understood the demand for Telangana state, okay, so we'll just do the background. It is part of your post-independence history. Okay, what is the background of the appointment of a committee called SRC? Very, very important in the context of Telangana SRC, which is called as States Reorganization Committee. The chairman was Fazal Ali. We'll discuss it tomorrow in very detail. Okay. Tomorrow we'll do the SRC, their recommendations, and how the smaller states issue was being proposed by Ambedkar. We'll do that, and tomorrow will be a small class, and then we'll come to the chapter 3 of Vishalandra, Gentleman's Agreement, Vishalandra, and the other aspects of merging into Andhra Pradesh finally. So, when India became independent in 1947, August 15, the immediate question at hand were, do we continue India like this, or should we have a proper structure for Indian states? This was a burning question for the leaders at the national level. Everyone proposed their own thesis. Someone said India is very new. It should not have so many states. And India is a very cosmopolitan, unity and diversity, multicultural society. Having states on the lines of language is not desirable. It will lead to monolinguistic states. They will be excessively centered towards self-consciousness. As of now, if you take the Hyderabad state also, the erstwhile Hyderabad state, there are Marathas, Kannadigas, Telugus, and people speaking Urdu, etc. So if you have exclusive state for Telugu, other people will get isolated. Majoritarianism versus minoritarianism. if there is only a Telugu speaking state, what about people who are speaking Kannada in that state? They become minority. So should they relocate to Kannada speaking state? Why they have to relocate? Historically, they are staying in Hyderabad for 500 years by speaking Kannada. So just because the state language of Hyderabad becomes Telugu, they should migrate to Karnataka? Why is that? So these kind of debates were being raised at the national level to understand the bifurcation of India into various states. That was the context. In such a situation, a committee called Dhar Committee was appointed by the government of India on 17th of June 1948. This Dhar Committee came into the picture. They said the linguistic states are not desirable at this point of time. They'll impact the fabric, the multicultural fabric of the nation, which is not desirable, and hence the linguistic states are not desirable. But then there was demand for linguistic states. They said the Andhra people were feeling restless because the issue of Andhra is something which is different. The Andhra people were part of the Madras presidency. The Andhra people were part of the Madras presidency. They were feeling their language, that is Telugu, has its own identity, own culture and own civilization. And in the independent India, why we should live with Tamilians who are dominating us? It so happened that in the Madras presidency, which covers the present day Andhra Pradesh also, that is except Telangana, there was no person who was a collector with Telugu as a medium. No judges in High Court with Telugu as a medium. So completely dominated by Tamils. So Andhra people had their own grievances of staying in Madras presidency even after the independence. They said, no, we want a separate identity and it has to be a separate state. But Dhar Commission rejected. And then came a new committee called JVP, Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel, Pattabi Sitaramaiah. Please write down. JVP, Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel and Pattabi Sitaramaiah. These three people, Congress appointed a committee on 18th December 1948. So they proposed, they went and heard Andhra people. Andhra had their own grievances. They said, okay, let's give Andhra as a different state, but without Madras. So again, there was a tussle between Andhra and Madras, Andhra and Madras state for the capital city of Madras. And JVP committee said, only Andhra state is required because they have genuine grievances for formation of new state. Other linguistic states can wait or they are not required. Other linguistic states are not required. So the JVP committee has recommended the Andhra state without Madras. And that was a huge bone of contention, like how Hyderabad became a bone of contention between Telangana and Andhra, like that Madras became bone of contention between Andhra and Madras state. So Potti Sriramalu took fast unto death for the formation of Andhra. He took fast unto death for the formation of Andhra, and when he died, there was an instant violence in the state of Andhra for immediate declaration of Andhra as a separate state outside the Tamil Nadu state, or outside the Madras state. At that time, it was Madras state. So Jawaharlal Nehru immediately announced the formation of Andhra state without Madras in Andhra. That happened in the 1st October 1953. Kurnool was the temporary capital of the Andhra state. Immediately, the Andhra rulers suddenly found themselves to be an independent state, but they don't have a capital. Like exactly what happened in 2014. They did not have a capital. So what to do now? Overnight, the first CM of Andhra, the Tanguturi Prakasham Pantulu, he demanded that Andhra be merged with the Hyderabad state and proposed the new theory called Vishalandra. So they had the temporary capital at Kurnool. They did not build anything in the Kurnool. They did not build a legislature. They did not build a court. They did not build any other buildings. They simply used to run somewhere in Madras. And when the new state of Andhra was formed by the government of India, immediately they have demanded that we want to merge with the Hyderabad state, and they gave the concept called Vishalandra. Now Nehru was really confused. He said, okay, it's not only Andhra, Telangana, Madras. Let me give a one-time solution to the entire issue of linguistic reorganization. And in this context, he announced the formation of States Reorganization Committee on 22nd December 1953 to look into the linguistic reorganization of states, not only in Madras, Andhra or Telangana or Hyderabad state, across India. You please give recommendations, boss. He has requested Fazal Ali. So in that context, formed your SRC. And the Vishalandra concept was given by the rulers of Andhra Pradesh, especially the first CM of Andhra Pradesh, Tanguturi Prakasham, and they proposed Hyderabad as capital. You see, they themselves did not have a capital. They proposed Hyderabad as capital. Because by that time, Hyderabad was fairly developed. Even during Nizam time, Hyderabad was the capital of Nizam. So it was not so backward. So it was fairly developed. Okay. Understood this? Is it clear? Okay. So that is, see, tomorrow 1 hour, I think the chapter will be done, chapter 2. So the interesting part of chapter 2 is obviously the 1952 Idli Sambar movement or the Mulki agitation. We saw the causes and the impact it created. Then we have seen why the demand of Telangana state is so strong. It has a history for itself. The history speaks for itself. And then how this concept of Vishalandra just evolved, because the Andhras did not have a capital when they came out of Madras. They made Kurnool as temporary capital. They did not do anything in the temporary capital. And they felt by coming and joining the Telangana or the Hyderabad state, they can get access to the Hyderabad as a capital. So hence the concept of Vishalandra came to the forefront. And how this Vishalandra movement takes twists and turns, and how it gets into the state of Andhra Pradesh, and what are the recommendations of SRC, which was appointed by Nehru for looking into the linguistic reorganization of states, and what are the other aspects which were important, and what is this gentleman's agreement. Even today, it's a very big mystery in the history of Andhra and Telangana, why these gentlemen met, why they made an agreement, why the Telangana was merged into Andhra Pradesh based on their agreement. Those are unanswered questions. Maybe We don't know. We have to go back in the timeline or time machine to answer those questions. But something happened. A proposal was done and gentleman's agreement signed, and Andhra Pradesh formed with Telangana and Andhra coming together. That we'll do in the upcoming classes. Tomorrow we'll discuss SRC, its recommendations, the for and against towards the recommendations of SRC. What was the SRC logical proposals and how they were being interpreted by the leaders, that we'll do tomorrow. Is it clear? Okay. On that note, we'll close the class for today, and we'll meet tomorrow for some time and close the chapter 2. So by tomorrow, the chapter 2 will be done. Okay. Keep revising it. And after chapter 2 is done, I'll post the notes for chapter 2. Okay. Fine. Good night. So yesterday we stopped our class here. So we are discussing chapter 2. We are discussing chapter 2. Today, hardly it will take 1 hour 15 minutes to complete our session, because we are going to finish chapter 2 today. Okay, so we have seen yesterday that in what context the SRC was formed. Okay, because in the United, once the states were, all the 562 princely states and their history was settled immediately after the independence. Now the India has evolved as a union. Okay, so in that already presidencies are there. Already the British India, the British presidencies are there, and newly the 562 princely states have joined India. Now, how do we bifurcate India into the units of administration was a big issue. So should it be done on linguistic basis? Should it be done on some other basis? Should it be done on the administrative comfort? So on and so forth. There were many theories. So one such was the Dhar committee, which was formed, which rejected the linguistic basis. Then the JVP committee, it also rejected the linguistic basis of formation, except for the formation of Andhra. And when we saw that, the main bone of contention between two big states of Madras and Andhra was the Madras city itself. So who wanted Madras city? So obviously the Tamilians did not want to leave the Madras city, because Madras was one of the most developed cities at that point of time. British had their presidency in Madras. So, and it was very well developed in those days. So they could not afford to give it to the newly formed state of Andhra. Okay, so obviously there was a huge bone of contention, and then finally the based on the JVP committee report and based on the resolution and the Potti Sriramulu. So when the bone of contention was going on, the government of India kept this issue on hold. It kept the issue on hold. It kept on delaying the decision on the Andhra state. But this person called Potti Sriramulu, he took up fast unto death. So on his 58th day of fasting, unfortunately, this respectable figure lost his life. So the moment he lost his life, there was a lot of violence, hue and cry, and ruckus created in the Andhra part. And Jawaharlal Nehru was very much, worried about the violence which is happening in Andhra, and he immediately took a call to establish Andhra state. And though there was demand to include Madras into the Andhra state, it did not happen. And then Andhra state was formed with capital as Kurnool, temporary capital, in 1953. So when Andhra state was formed, it was not having any permanent capital. Okay, so in this regard, the first CM of Andhra was Tanguturi Prakasham. Okay, Tanguturi Prakasham, this person, when he became CM, he did not have any interest in developing Kurnool, which was the supposed capital of the Andhra. Okay, see, when it's something which is similar, which is happening even in the present day Andhra, right? They did not have any capital. Then Chandrababu came and he said Amravati will be the capital. And he took 4 or 5 years to establish something there. And then Jagan Mohan Reddy came. He is saying 3 capitals, and now that is being opposed. So the problem is that the capital identification was a big issue. Though here the Kurnool is being identified, there was no administrative mechanism like building of High Court, state legislature. These are the basic things, right? And then a secretariat. Secretariat is the executive functioning. State legislature is your legislature, and High Court is your judiciary. So at least the 3 wings of constitution should be having their own offices. Remaining all government offices will come subsequently. But then these 3 are very important, right? These 3 were never built in Kurnool. So as a result, there was always a suspicion based on from the Telangana rulers that these people sometime may come in future and ask for the Hyderabad. And that exact thing which the Hyderabad or the Telangana rulers were afraid of came into picture when the first CM of Andhra itself, with the help of a person called Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy, they passed a resolution called Vishalandra with Hyderabad as capital. So this came as a bolt from blue to the Telangana people or the Hyderabad state people, that how come they are going to ask Vishalandra. Just now they got Andhra from the Madras, and now they are asking themselves to be merged with the Telangana and create a Vishalandra. So this was a big bone of contention now. And the argument for Andhras for getting the Vishalandra was many arguments they have proposed that we will see. So in this context, in this background, Nehru wanted to create the administrative states in the country of India once for all. Once for all, he wanted to settle this issue, not about Andhra, not about Telangana. He said, SRC boss, please take your time, but give me a permanent solution with regard to the entire India. Okay, that is the context in which SRC was formed. SRC stands for States Reorganization Committee, and the head of SRC is Fazal Ali. He was the chairman, and the other members were Kunzru and Panikar. Clear? You have any doubts about SRC? Because I feel SRC also is one of the very important questions after 1952 Mulki movement, because especially when you see during 2009 and 2014, when there were debates, if you follow the debates of Harish Rao, follow the debates of all the Telangana, including Professor Kodandaram, okay, 2009 to 2014, when the debates for separate Telangana, when the debate for separate Telangana was going on, someone is, please mute yourself. So when the debate for separate Telangana was going on, there is a lot of reference for the points proposed by SRC. And if you have time, whenever after prelims or when you're feeling stressed up, go to YouTube and see the previous debates in ETV or TV9 where Harish Rao is coming or Professor Kodandaram is coming, or in fact where KCR himself is giving any big rally. So they are making a lot of points with regard to the observations of SRC. And even the point of contention was always that, did you implement SRC? Did you implement SRC? So the States Reorganization Committee proposals or the recommendations form a crucial part in the fight for Telangana. Okay. So there are some important recommendations that we'll just see through. And then this SRC recommendations was the basis for the so-called gentleman's agreement. That also we will see. That will come in the next chapter. But today we will see what is this SRC. Okay, how was it responsible for giving certain recommendations, and then what were the views of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar on the report of SRC and on the overall state reorganization itself. Okay. Right. So we have seen in the what context SRC has been formed. So the Nehru, when he formed SRC, he had a proper goal as to what is the desired outcome from the SRC. Okay. So it was chaired by a person called Fazal Ali. He was the chairman. Members were Kunzru and Panikkar. Right. So basically, what was the argument for the Vishalandra? Okay. So what these people, the leaders from Andhra, what they did is before the formation of SRC and before when they proposed the Vishalandra as a concept, they said, we do not have a capital as of now. And if we go and search for capital, it is huge expenditure for us. Instead, if we go and join with Telangana and make Hyderabad as capital, we are okay with having a common capital, that is at Hyderabad, and we are ready to support the aspirations of Telangana people. Okay, so that was the assurance they are going to give. And then they said, now that we are out of Madras state, we are now the lower riparian state. What do you mean by lower riparian state? If you see Telangana and Andhra, Telangana is at around 600-700 feet above mean sea level, while Andhra is basically on par with the plains. That's why we call Krishna Delta, Godavari Delta. So those are areas which are at the bottom and they are the plain area. That's why they are more fertile. The Godavari districts are very fertile because of the alluvial soil. So they said, if the upper riparian state like Telangana is existing, there will be water wars. Telangana may block our water. So if we are part of the Hyderabad, the United State, we will happily manage waters without compromising the needs of Telangana region. Okay. And then we will try to settle it between ourselves. And moreover, what they projected is, which was not true, that Telangana was a drought hit area, a backward area, and Andhra was a food surplus area. No doubt Andhra was a food surplus area, but Telangana was a drought hit area was not true. So they said, when we both join together, the overall agricultural scenario of the state would improve. So these were the kind of arguments they were presenting to be part of the so-called Vishalandra. But Telangana leaders were frustrated. They were firstly confused and then they were really annoyed with the kind of expectations from Andhra people, demands from Andhra people that we want to form Vishalandras. They said, no, not required. Hyderabad is already fairly developed under Nizam. We will try to develop it much better. And already we have the issue of unemployment, which is, we all saw that 1952 agitation. So it was already, the unemployment situation was very much in news in Hyderabad state. So we need to employ our local youth, for which we need to improve our education levels. If we allow Andhra people, they are already proficient in English and other English and Telugu because of impact of British. They'll come and bag our jobs. We are not going to entertain that. And then they will come and settle down in Hyderabad, again raising for the issue of Mulkis. So based on all these conditions, we are not going to accept the Vishalandra concept. And Nehru himself felt the term called Vishala Andhra was a kind of imperial term, that he felt that Andhras wanted to actually have hegemony on the Telanganaites, and hence coming up with this concept of Vishalandra. Because if you see, the Andhra state was formed in 1953 by coming out of Madras. immediately without putting any effort, they are demanding for the merger of Hyderabad state and Andhra. So this obviously will lead to the suspicion of the intentions of the Andhra leaders in coining this word called Vishalandra. Hence, there was suspicion from Telangana side, but severe lobbying from Andhra side. So this was also the case when SRC visited both the states. When SRC visited both the states, a similar picture was presented to the SRC, and SRC members toured various districts of Telangana, including the inner parts of Telangana, and various leaders of Telangana met them. The problem was the Telangana Congress leaders were in favor of independent Telangana state, while the communists of Telangana were favoring for the Vishalandra. In Congress also there was some minority which was favoring Vishalandra, but overall majority of the Congress leaders in Telangana were favoring the Telangana region, but the communist leaders were more preferring the Vishalandra concept. So when the Fazal Ali was going and meeting many people, one day Anand Rao, Mr. T. Anand Rao, took appointment of the SRC, especially the Fazal Ali. He has given a very detailed presentation about the importance of Telangana being an independent state. He came from the history onwards as to how the local Mulkis were suppressed during the Nizam's rule, and how the Mulki rules were time and again bypassed to recruit non-locals, and what will happen if the Telangana, because Telangana at that time had only 2 to 3% literacy under Nizam, and when Andhra already has 19 to 20% literacy, so when those people come and settle in Hyderabad, there will again be an issue with local versus non-local. They will come and invest in the agricultural lands of Telangana. Their leaders may dominate the political scenario of Telangana. The rivers which were geographically flowing, the Krishna and Godavari, the projects may be diverted, the water may be diverted towards the Andhra. The water may be diverted towards the Andhra. All these apprehensions in a very detailed and a very positive way, Mr. T. Anand Rao put forth to the Fazal Ali, that is the chairman of SRC. And SRC was very impressed with the presentation of T. Anand Rao, and they have taken all the points he has given and they have made note of it. Similarly, a group of students from Osmania University have gone and given entire their demands in writing to SRC. And one famous leader who lived in up to 2012, that is Dr. Jayashankar, or famously called as Professor Jayashankar, he was also part of this representation who has gone to OU and given this demand petition to SRC. And then SRC subsequently visited the Andhra region also to listen to them, something like Sri Krishna Commission. Okay. So the SRC has gone to Andhra region also. They have visited the entire Andhra region and Telangana region and gave their final report on 30th September 1955. Okay, they gave final report on 30th September 1955. So what were the recommendations of SRC? In summary, what are the important recommendations of SRC? The first important observation was SRC has given certain arguments in favor of Vishalandra and also arguments in favor of Telangana state. They have given arguments given by the leaders in favor of Vishalandra and arguments in favor of Telangana, and then they gave their opinion. Okay, generally whatever committee it will never give a binding opinion on the state. Okay, whoever is the appointing authority of the committee, they have the final authority to either accept the recommendations or to reject the recommendations. Okay, in this regard, they have given arguments for Vishalandra. The arguments are similar, like the agricultural surplus of Andhra can be used in the combined state. Large tracts of land can be brought into agriculture because entire Telangana and Andhra will come together. And then they said the issue of irrigation will be resolved to great extent because both the top land, the land at the certain height and the land at the certain plane, both the states are going to come together. So they will form certain consensus in policy making. And Telangana can benefit from the British rule which Andhra got exposed to. Andhra can benefit from having a capital. So these kind of arguments they have presented. And what were the arguments they presented in favor of Telangana? They said the culture of Telangana is significantly different from Andhra. And the issue of Mulkis with regard to the job has been languishing in the state of Telangana for quite some time. They have noted even the 1952 Mulki agitation. And they said if both the states come together, the locals will be at disadvantage as far as the job is concerned. And also they said the rivers which flow through Telangana may be diverted to some projects may not be implemented because if projects are implemented, the flow of river is hampered. In such a case, the flow of water to Andhra will be hampered and that may not be acceptable to Andhra rulers. And then he said Hyderabad was an independent state. Hyderabad was an independent state with a lot of surplus in its kitty. He said if the surplus, obviously Hyderabad is a surplus state, and when it joins the Andhra, the surplus of Hyderabad state would be diverted for the supporting of Andhra, which recently got formed, and it may not be prudent to see that Hyderabad funds are being actually diverted to support a new state. And they have informed in their report that there is no capital as on date to Andhra, and Andhra may take funds from Hyderabad to develop their capital or infrastructure in Andhra region. So all these observations were there, and they said Telugu speaking states can be made separate and no pact or agreement between them can stand true because there may not be any consensus in certain sensitive issues like irrigation, jobs, funds, etc. And then he has come up, the report has come up saying that if at all, if Telangana wants to join Vishalandra, the Telangana Assembly has to pass a resolution to join the Vishalandra with not less than 2/3 of MLAs voting in favor of joining the Vishalandra. They have acknowledged that within Telangana MLAs, there is definitely a split or difference of opinion in joining Vishalandra or being independent. But they also knew that that number is not so huge. So they said in case out of 175 people, 2/3, okay, 2/3, if 2/3 come together to propose the merger of Telangana into the Vishalandra, then Vishalandra can be formed. So amongst all these decisions and inputs, they have given their report to the president, which was accepted on 31st of August, 1956. Is it clear? Anything with regard to the recommendations of SRC? Yes, anyone has any doubt? Someone asked one question in group today regarding tank and pond. Are they in the session? Okay, Amulya, you are the one. See, there is no significant difference as such. See, ponds can be natural or man-made. Okay, generally, if you see between pond and lake, a lake is much deeper when compared to pond. Okay, pond is much shallow entity. Okay, lake is a much deeper entity. Lake might be, an offshoot of river, or it might be from glacial lake or something like that. And tank is a reservoir. Basically, tank is like a reservoir. Okay, we are making it man-made. It's a man-made reservoir of water for certain things. Like we have tanks in our house also, right? What is the tank? We sometimes harvest the rainwater and divert into a rainwater harvesting pit, or we have a tank for diverting the rainwater and then storing it. So basically, tank is a man-made reservoir. Okay. Clear? Okay, done. So I hope SRC is clear with you, and SRC is quite important. Okay, as far as the examination is concerned, SRC report, okay, is very important. And whatever points are mentioned in SRC about the finances, the water, and the jobs, again, that was the mantra, or that was the slogan during 2009. Okay, try to connect. See, no Telangana movement is isolated. Okay, the Telangana movement, which started from 1952. Okay, even before it was there in various forms, but after the formation of Hyderabad state, the first official movement is the Mulki agitation. From there, then the 1968 movement or the other movement, whatever it is, you try to understand the flow. There are certain assurances given to Telangana. Those assurances are not being met, and we already have a kind of skepticism towards Andhra rulers, and based on that, this kind of acrimony or the friction is coming time and again. And finally, the breaking point was 2009. Okay, 2009 also, there is a certain chronology. Of course, Dr. Vivek will explain you on that. But if you see, till then, the Congress was in power, the YSR was in power, and he was a very powerful and tall figure. He was doing good in the Telangana and Andhra region. And then Telangana was promised multiple number of times by parties, then they did not give. And when the YSR died in a helicopter crash, then from there, the KCR picked up the momentum, because he saw that there was a leadership void. There was no tall leader, and Chandrababu Naidu was not in the power. Okay, when Chandrababu Naidu was in power, he also did not entertain the idea of separate Telangana. So Rajshekar Reddy also did not entertain. So when there was powerful leaders, the movement as such was not being suppressed. So when there was no powerful leader, and then there was void, and probably KCR thought it's a very wise time to start this movement, and then from there it picked on. Okay, and then the theme of that movement also is same: Needlu, Nidulu, Niyamakalu. Okay, Needlu means water, Nidulu means funds, and Niyamakalu means jobs. These three are not met till date in Telangana region. That is what the fight was for, and then the fight was carried on. Okay. So in that context, the SRC report becomes very important. So coming to the last topic of chapter 2. Last topic of chapter 2, that is the Ambedkar's view on smaller states. Okay. Ambedkar's view on smaller states. So basically, the SRC recommendation was to have two different Telugu speaking states. One is the Telangana and one is the Andhra. Why it was not implemented and what is this gentleman agreement? And there is an element of mystery in the history of Telangana, especially with regard to this person called Burugula Ramakrishna, the CM of Hyderabad state. Of course, we will discuss that in chapter 3. But a strong admirer and a champion of Telangana cause, Burugula Ramakrishna, if you see, he is having contribution right from the Vandemataram movement, or in fact the library movement. Such a person who is a strong champion of Telangana's cause, along with people like K.V. Rangareddy and Marichana Reddy, after a visit to Delhi, suddenly changed his stand and became favorable towards Vishalandra. So what happens is, when your state pulse is something else, how that state pulse will be generally taken into picture? By the pulse of CM. When CM himself is saying, I am okay for Vishalandra, it becomes easy for people at power to take decisions. Okay, so why that happened, we don't know, but that is a mystery which is there in Telangana history till date, which is a major issue, bone of contention. Okay, that we'll discuss anyhow in the next class. Having said that, okay, that we'll discuss later. Having said that, coming to the Ambedkar's view on smaller states. We know that, in the independent India also, Ambedkar was a very tall figure. He was the key person who drafted the Constitution of India. He was the chairman of drafting committee. He drafted the Constitution of India. He was a well-learned man. He was a scholar, and he understood the political setup of India very well. That's why he always used to caution the Dalits that you should be having your own affirmative and assertive action. So in that context, so this particular view of Ambedkar has nothing to do with his views on Dalit politics and other aspects of Dalit upliftment. It is with regard to the smaller states. What Ambedkar felt based on when he was countered with the questions of importance of smaller states in India. Okay, so firstly, he was against a very big linguistic states. Very big linguistic state. For example, Maharashtra, completely big state with only single Marathi as a language. What he felt is, when such big states form based on a particular language, there will be a monolingual culture, and there will be a kind of jingoism in these cultural issues, and people from other cultures who are from minorities will be suppressed or will be targeted in those big linguistic states. Please understand. He said, when big linguistic states form, he was not against linguistic states. He was against the big linguistic states. And his fear was true with regard to Maharashtra. Yes or no? You know the Son of Soil movement in Maharashtra, right? How Shiv Sena targeted the outsiders who were non-Marathis. You people know that? Don't know. Okay, anyhow, that is part of your history. There was a Shiv Sena, there is Shiv Sena party in Maharashtra, even now it is in power. So They came to limelight by targeting the non-Maharashtrians in Maharashtra. It was called Son of Soil movement, where people from UP, Bihar who came to Maharashtra for working, they were all targeted. Okay, so that fear of Ambedkar, that a single big linguistic state will become a kind of cultural jingoistic state, was always there for Ambedkar. Coming to the second part, that in these states, in the states which are being formed by language as an entity, he asked, what do you do in this majority versus minority conflict in these states? You take the example of Telangana. Majority speaking are Telugus. Second majority is Urdu because of the significant Muslim population. But there are even Marathis in Telangana. There are Marathis not who have come from Maharashtra, who have been born and brought up in Telangana. Marathis are there. And there are Kannadigas who are born and brought up in Telangana. Aren't they becoming minorities? So what about the rights of minorities in these linguistic states? Is it a legitimate question? So he asked, what about the minority rights in these linguistic states where you are saying one state, one language? Okay, Telangana means Telugu or Urdu. What about Kannada? So Kannada person should not be Telanganite. Maharashtra fellow should not be Telanganite. Is it your stand? Are you able to understand? So this was another question which Ambedkar has put forward. And he said, when you are giving one language, one state, obviously the Hindi belt is quite big in north. And southern states, by their cultural differences or the linguistic differences, will form various entities. Telugu state, Kannada state, Marathi state, Tamil Nadu state, Kannada state, Malayalam state. Within the South India, you have 5 or 6 states. So how do you feel? Because when you say Hindi as a language, you have UP, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and to a certain extent Rajasthan. All these states put together form significant population. And all southern states are not having so much population. What happens? The political hegemony of north will be there on south. The north will be wielding the influence. And they'll have say in the policy making. And the feeling may be there in south, a kind of insecurity that north people are only ruling India. How do you stop that? And he said, there should not be this idea of one state, one language. You have multiple states with multiple languages. And if you want to divide on language part, like if you want to have Telugu states, you can have 2 Telugu states. And he also said, if you want to have Marathi states, within Maharashtra, you divide 3 Marathi states. If you want to have Hindi speaking states, within Uttar Pradesh, you have 4 Hindi speaking states. What happens is, because of the smaller states, your administration becomes easier and the hegemony of one state over the remaining states becomes normalized or neutralized. Today, can something like Meghalaya compete with Uttar Pradesh when it comes to political packages? What is the stature of Goa when compared to someone like Bihar? What is the stature of Assam against some Rajasthan, which is a big state again? Are you able to understand? He said, if you want to have language as a criteria, within that language, you have multiple states. Why you want to have one language, one state, and then the state becomes so big that it will start wielding the influence? And he agreed with SRC with regard to the Telangana and Andhra, saying that yes, both are Telugu speaking states, same language, more than one state. I support their argument. But I don't support one language, one state, where the state is becoming so huge and it's starting a political unity, political entity, and having its cultural jingoism. No, I'm not going to support that. Unfortunately, what happened, Ambedkar, because in 1956 he died, 1954-55 was severely ill, and this arguments regarding the SRC, smaller states, linguistic states, unfortunately, this person could not participate in the parliament. And all these things he wrote in his memories, and that's how we come to know about his opinions. And then he proposed some important parameters for forming a state. One is population, geographical area, second, and then the third is economic viability. So what is the population? The state should have reasonable population. For forming one state, that entity should have reasonable population, and it should spread in a particular geographic area. And then it should be economically viable. What do you mean by economically viable? It should have sufficient natural or man-made resources to sustain itself and its economy. For example, if you take the case of Telangana, Singareni collieries is a natural coal resource which Telangana can produce, export to the states or export outside and gain economy. So such kind of natural, for example, the software hub of Hyderabad, it is a man-made economic resource. Today we export maximum software services and make money which contributes to the economy of Telangana. So he said there should be some natural resource or man-made resource in that particular geographical entity with fixed population to make that state sustainable and viable. These are the parameters for Ambedkar to form a small state or whatever state it is. And he also felt that Andhra, being a state which had largest coastal line, and he was always skeptical as to what particular place of Andhra would be capital. And he said if Andhra would come as an independent entity out of Madras, it would be very difficult for Andhras to survive as an independent state, because he felt the population, geography, and the economic viability of Andhra was not tailor-made for it to become a state. In a nutshell, he always supported smaller states with one language or whatever it is, as he felt the bigger the state, the more influence it will wield on the policies. It will alienate the small states against the bigger states. And going forward, he said, bigger states will play a politically more active role, which will be not for the liking of the smaller states. That is Ambedkar's view. You tell me, how relevant are Ambedkar's views even today? Just analyze. Ambedkar's view regarding smaller states. Relevant or not relevant? Or have they become obsolete? Extremely relevant. Okay. Why, Amulya? Why they are extremely relevant? Substantiate. You have given a statement, you have to substantiate. If I am saying Ambedkar's views are obsolete, so you try to tell me why I am wrong and you are right. Or if I am correct, tell me why I am correct. Anyone? Substantiate. Are they relevant? These views are obsolete. In the present democracy of India. Okay. Amulya has given one example. You have sent it to everyone, right? Or only me? Yeah, she has given to everyone. The message is there to everyone. And anyone else? So she has given the example of UP. Am I audible? One second. Vinay. Vinay. నాది లాగౌట్ అయింది. నన్ను నన్ను హోస్ట్ చేయి. ఓకే. ఓకే. Did I only get disconnected or all of you? Only I got disconnected? Okay, fine. Maybe some issue from my side. Yeah. Thank you, Vinay. So that were the views of Ambedkar. So yeah, anyone else want to comment on the relevance of Ambedkar? Ambedkar's thoughts. So in all honesty, Ambedkar views on smaller states are very, very relevant even today. And as Amulya said, it's very extremely relevant. And that's what's happening, right? Even in the political setup of India, unfortunately. Telangana Andhra issue disparity in development. We saw the issue resurfacing time and again till an independent state is formed. Amulya, the capital issue of Andhra is a political issue in Andhra. So it's not that they are not able to identify a capital or something like that. It's just ego between two parties, which is unfortunately pulling back Andhra. Okay. They have the three concepts given by the Ambedkar. Though he thought Andhra would not survive, Andhra has natural resources. It has, fair borderline. It has very good ports like Vizag and Nelluru, Krishnapatnam ports. It's only the intent, So intent of the ruler of the day to take the state forward. And Telangana had the resources when it became a state. Hyderabad was given to Telangana. So the head start was there. Unfortunately, the party in the power also was having certain zeal to do things to prove themselves, the TRS party. So, and definitely they have taken Telangana to good heights. See, whatever we are speaking should be politically neutral. Okay. Because we are aspiring civil servants of Telangana, we should be politically neutral. Personally, we may like KCR, Bandi Sanjay, etc., but we will not go into the details of that. Telangana has come a long way forward from 2014 to 22. But still, Telangana has not yet conquered the backwardness in the rural areas. The development is around Hyderabad only. Telangana brand, the entire Telangana brand is still banking on Hyderabad. And hence you can see that now whoever is a politician, they are trying to move away from Hyderabad. They are going to Warangal, they are going to Mehboob Nagar, they are going to the northern Telangana, that is Adilabad, Nizamabad, etc. They are going to Khammam Bhadradri. So the way forward even for Telangana, though it is only 7-8 years young state, the way forward is to come out of this image of Hyderabad. So this kind of arguments we can present in our answers, because whatever development in last 7-8 years we have seen in Telangana, except for this mission, this Kaleshwaram project or Bhagirath, the entire development is in and around Hyderabad. Let's agree with that. Okay. So the way forward for Telangana also is we should start exploring new tier 2 cities. That's where the growth of Telangana will be sustained. Now we are having a growth, but how to sustain that growth when we move away from this particular centric approach? Then we have to have a cluster approach. So in a way that strategy is right. First you have your capital correctly and then move away. But what Andhra is doing is they are trying to go into that clustered approach right away. but then they do not have a particular place to start their functioning or mechanism as such. So they also could have done. See, if Andhra was to have a logical thinking, what they could have done is first establish your good capital at Amravati, develop it, have everything in place at capital Amravati, and then start developing Vizag, Kurnool, Tirupati, Nellore, whatever town you want, you can do it. And now way forward for Telangana is to implement this. Yeah. Anything else? Fine. Clear with Ambedkar's views on smaller states? Everyone? Hello? Fine. The last concept of this particular chapter is the reactions to SRC report. Okay. So when the SRC report was given, every leaders from Andhra reacted in their own way. They said, Andhra leaders said it was error. Obviously, they'll say that error. The SRC did not understand the true spirit of Vishalandra. And people like Ayodevara Kaleshwar Rao, Bezawada Gopal Reddy, all these guys felt they were being sidelined by the SRC report. And people of Telangana like Burgula Ramakrishna Rao or KV Rangareddy, Marichana Reddy felt, yes, the SRC report was logical. Obviously, when the report is favoring certain decision, people who are favoring the decision will support that report. People who are not favoring the decision will oppose that report. And then, as I said during the starting of class, the communists of Telangana were always favoring the Vishalandra concept. They always wanted to be part of the bigger state, and they felt that Telangana would actually become very surplus state or a happy state by joining Andhra. That was their thing. And then this Bezawada Gopal Reddy, who was the then chief minister of Andhra, he came all the way to meet Marichana Reddy, okay, who was serving as a minister in the cabinet of Burgula Ramakrishna Rao, and he requested Marichana Reddy to consider the concept of Vishalandra. And what happens is when political meetings happen, the role of media becomes very, very important. So Andhra Patrika was a paper in Andhra and Golconda Patrika was a paper in Telangana. Both of them gave their own versions. Andhra Patrika said, yes, Bezawada Gopal Reddy is going to convince Marichana Reddy for formation of Vishalandra. Golconda Patrika said, Marichana Reddy is meeting Bezawada Gopal Reddy. Is there any possibility of Vishalandra? Let's oppose this. So this is a Telangana paper, this is an Andhra paper. So both the papers are furnishing their own reports. And I said just before, the Delhi government in the center was actually neutral for it initially. And Nehru was supporting the SRC document. We don't know what happened because that is still mystery. I even tried Googling it, but we do not have any proper evidence. But the stand of Burgula Ramakrishna Rao changed overnight after going to Delhi and coming back from Delhi. He announced to the press that Vishalandra is the way forward for Telangana people also. This was shocking. KV Rangareddy, JV Narsingh Rao, Marri Chennareddy. All these people were shocked. What happened was you gone to Delhi and came back, and now you are saying Vishalandra is the way forward. And then when Burgala Ramakrishna Rao met his cabinet colleagues, he said the High Command is saying Vishalandra, so we should go for it. So then these people said, if High Command is saying Vishalandra, let's go and speak to High Command. What is wrong with them? He said, no, the decision is made. We have to go with Vishalandra. So this particular turning point of the CM of Telangana supporting the concept of Vishalandra was going to change the fortune of Telangana forever. What is the reason? We still do not know. What is the reason for change in stance of Burgul Ramakrishna Rao? It is till date not known to anyone. Does anyone have any evidence about this or any theory about this? You can share. So this is still a mystery. And the problem was that what would Burgula Ramakrishna achieve by supporting the concept of Vishalandra? Because people felt, I'm trying to Google also, but there is no sufficient material with that. So, okay, you can see the slide, right? You can see the slide. Okay. So this person, the Chief Minister of Telangana, has gone to Delhi and come back saying that I am supporting the Vishalandra concept. So everyone was shocked. So the businessmen of Secunderabad, the students of OU, everyone started giving petitions to the Chief Minister. Sir, please don't do this. We are not ready to join hands with Andhra for Vishalandra. Let's be an independent state. Please don't do this, sir. We want to be an independent state. And wherever he went, he was greeted with black flags saying that, sir, Vishalandra Murdabad, we want Telangana. Such kind of slogans were there. And including his own cabinet colleagues like K.V. Rangareddy, Marri Chennareddy, they all made extensive debates on the assembly floor for the support of Telangana. But everything failed because the Chief Minister is now supporting Vishalandra. It becomes a much more bigger tool for the center to accept Vishalandra. What might be the reason? What were the possible explanations, or what were the possible dilemmas of Government of India to kill the idea of Hyderabad state and join it with Andhra? This we'll discuss in the third chapter. But there are certain inhibitions even today which are not answered. Why Burgula Ramakrishna Rao, who was a staunch Telangana supporter, suddenly turned to a Vishalandra concept? And amidst all this confusion, the High Command, that is the Delhi, called leaders from Telangana and leaders from Andhra to come for a discussion for the proposed state of Vishalandra. And then they have met in Delhi. They were given time that you guys meet, you guys only discuss amongst yourself and come back with a proper understanding between you people, which can be implemented by the center. And these guys have sat down and made an agreement which is called Pedda Manusula Oppandam in Telugu, or the so-called gentleman's agreement. Who are the gentlemen who nominated them, in what capacity they have signed an agreement for entire Telangana people is still a debatable and a very controversial question. So keeping politics aside, what is there in the gentleman's agreement? Why was and what how it was systematically violated over a period of time, leading to the first Telangana movement of 1960s, 1970s, that we'll look into in the coming chapter. So the people who signed the gentleman's agreement are very, very, very important, because that was the base on which the Telangana was merged to the Andhra, and there were certain conditions on which the Telangana agreed to be part of Andhra. Of course, they were not honored over a period of time. So this particular concept, the gentleman's agreement, this agreement was signed by important people from Telangana and important people from Andhra. So important people from Telangana are obviously the Burgula Ramakrishna Rao, Mari Channareddy and J.V. Narsinga Rao. All the three were ministers. Of course, Burgula was the chief minister. From the Andhra side, it was Bejawada Gopalakrishna, the chief minister, Neelam Sanjeev Reddy, minister in the Gopalakrishna cabinet, and Alluri Satyanarayan Raju, he was also a minister in Gopalakrishna cabinet. So these three people came together and joined gentleman's agreement. What was the assurances given to Telangana in gentleman's agreement? And this agreement was signed in the presence of Home Minister Vallabh Pant, okay, Vallabh Pant, and the Education Minister Maulana Azad, and another minister Debar, and Prime Minister Nehru itself. So this gentleman agreement, what were the terms and conditions of this gentleman agreement, and then how it was violated, we'll see in the chapter 3. And all these have logically given rise to the first Telangana movement of 1969-70. Clear with the chapter 2? Any doubts? Is chapter 2 clear? Come to this question. First and second we have answered yesterday. Answer the third question. Take 5 minutes and answer the third question. Under what conditions was SRC formed? What are the recommendations of SRC in view of Telangana? Take 5 minutes and answer it. Yes, please. Third question answer. Anyone? I want multiple participations. I am seeing so many names, at least 15, 16 people are participating in the session. And then 4 or 5 are replying. It's not so tough, it's just giving you answers. SRC was not formed, Pooja, SRC was not formed specially for Vishalandra concept. Looking into the concept of Vishalandra was one of its this thing. But if you see, SRC was formed for a homogeneous, culturally diverse, as well as administratively comfortable division of India into various states. That's what. SRC was formed after the Dhar Commission and the JVP Commission, with the aim and objective of SRC was homogeneous division of India into various states. Homogeneous in the sense, the size-wise homogeneous, and consider the language division of India without impacting the unity and diversity of India, and to give the way forward about the India as a different, combination of different units. So that was the conditions under which SRC was formed. As we discussed, when the princely states came into the Indian Union, how to take them forward was one of the important decisions India had to make. Definitely, looking into the linguistic basis demand is definitely one of the important demand of SRC. Okay, fine. I hope now we are clear under what conditions SRC was formed. And what are the recommendations of SRC in view of Telangana? We have discussed. Fairly straight question, right? The second part is fairly straight. Why they have given for Telangana? They have supported one Telugu language, 2 states. Yes? Yes or no? And they have also told that how Telangana was already a revenue surplus state, and how the irrigation issues will flare up if Telangana is joined with Andhra, how the local employment would be affected if Andhras come and settle in Hyderabad, and how the culture of Telangana was significantly different from culture of Andhra, how the literacy levels of Telangana were not matching the literacy levels of Andhra. All these they have mentioned, and they have given a favorable verdict towards the maintaining Telangana as an independent state. Right? Clear? Yeah. Answer the last question. Just an important small question. Straightforward question. Enlist the views of Dr. Ambedkar on smaller states. Yes. Answer for the last question, please. Hello. Am I audible? In favor of smaller states, better to administrate, can avoid sub-regional conflicts, would give some equal opportunity for all states. Okay. Pooja says against big linguistic states as they may promote monolingual culture. Yes, supported smaller states, and he felt bigger states may influence smaller ones. Very good. Bigger states may influence the policy making against the smaller ones. Okay. He was against monolinguistic states. He thought that minorities in large linguistic will be suppressed. Very good. So these points are his views, and you can simply say that with regard to the Telangana, he supported the proposal of SRC, that is one language, two states. He also felt Andhra would not survive independently because he thought it did not have the important parameters. And you can also mention the parameters of Ambedkar to form the state, that is population, geography, and economic viability. Right? Clear? So chapter 2 is also done. In next meeting, the class will be announced. It may not be tomorrow. If tomorrow it is there, I think Vivek sir will be taking it. But whenever we meet, we'll meet for the chapter 3. We'll discuss the gentleman's agreement, the violations of the formation of Telangana Regional Council or the Telangana Regional Committee, violations of assurances given to Telangana, which have given a logical outcome of first Telangana agitation. Right? Fine. So on that note, we'll just sign off for today. Okay. I'll be sending you this particular PPT tomorrow. Okay. I'll make it a PDF and share it to Vinay, and Vinay will send it to you tomorrow. In case if you don't receive by 11 or 12, please drop a message in that group. I'll send it to Vinay. Okay. Fine. Okay then. Let's meet again in the next class. Good night. Just can someone make the gist of what was there in the chapter 2? What you people have studied in chapter 2, so that we can have that flow. Yeah, one of you can summarize for us. Okay, 1952 non-Mulki movement. Then mainly 1952 non-Mulki movement. What else? Justice Jagan Mohan Reddy Committee. Debates. Mulki agitation, demand for employment. Yeah, SRC, very important, State Reorganization Committee. Ambedkar views on smaller states. Debates and demands. And provisions and recommendations of SRC. Okay, good. You remember anything of violations? Anyone remembers about the violations? Okay. Violations we'll do in this chapter. Okay. I have sent the PPT of chapter 2 to Vinay. He'll forward the PDF to you, right? So now, I hope you can see the PPT now. A fairly easy and simple chapter, chapter 3. We'll probably do it today, and in the next class we'll be done with chapter 3. Okay, then we'll start chapter 4 and chapter 5. There your first phase of Telangana movement is done. So possibly by next week we'll be completing first phase of Telangana movement. Parallelly, Dr. Vivek is taking the third phase of Telangana movement. Second phase we'll be completing maximum in 5 to 6 classes. Okay. So coming to this next chapter, that is, it's called Formation of Andhra Pradesh, that is in 1953, and sorry, Formation of Andhra in 1953, and then Formation of Andhra Pradesh 1956. Okay, we all know that, last class we have discussed how, that Tanguturi Prakasham Pantulu, he was very particular about Madras being the capital of Andhra state, and how it was opposed by the erstwhile Madras, and then the Potti Sri Ramulu fasting unto death. After 58 days, Potti Sri Ramulu, he dies for the cause of state of Andhra. There is instant violence which was there, and Nehru has had to yield to the demand for formation of Andhra state, and Andhra state was formed in the year 1953 with temporary capital as Kurnool and Tanguturi Prakasham Pantulu as the chief minister. And we have also seen how the Andhra rulers like Tanguturi Prakasham Pantulu or Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy or Alluri Satyanarayan Raju, other people, and Bejawada Gopal Reddy and all, they were on the formation of Andhra itself, they started the terminology called Vishalandra. Okay, we have known the terminology of Vishalandra also. So how they came and proposed the concept of Vishalandra, and how this Vishalandra became an issue of conflict between Telangana and Andhra. Later, how Andhra rulers continuously persuaded the cause of Vishalandra, while certain Telangana leaders like Marri Channa Reddy, etc., they were still aspiring for having a separate formation of Hyderabad state. In this scenario, SRC has come into the picture. They have been appointed by the Nehru to look at the holistic reorganization of pan-India level, including the Vishalandra and separate Telangana concept. And in their recommendations, Fazal Ali committee has clearly given the verdict in favor of the separate Telangana and separate Andhra state with 2 states for Telugu speaking population, as it did not believe in one state, one language concept. And then we have seen the reactions of Telangana rulers as well as the Vishalandra rulers, Vishalandra proponents, who were now very adamant and now continuously lobbying with the center for the formation of Vishalandra, because they were giving their own benefits of formation of Vishalandra, like how irrigation facilities can be put into use, how Telangana, the supposedly backward region, as per them, could become a granary, and how the excess food produced at the granary produced in the coastal Andhra can be moved to Telangana and made a holistic state, etc., etc. They were putting so many versions to make Vishalandra a reality. Unfortunately, we have seen that the leadership of Telangana at that point of time, or the Hyderabad state at that point of time, including the then Chief Minister Burugula Ramakrishna Rao, when he visited Delhi, when he came back from Delhi, he started supporting the concept of Vishalandra. We have also discussed that these are mysterious situations which no one has an answer as on date. In this context, we have seen the so-called gentle agreement or the Pedda Manusula Oppandam, which was signed. So that was the end of second chapter. Is it clear? Is the flow clear? So, coming to the next important aspect, today we will try to look as to what exactly this gentleman's agreement is all about. What exactly this gentleman's agreement is all about, who are the people who have signed, and what are the points which were mentioned in the agreement. Because if you see the movement from 2009 to 2014, I've told you this a lot of times in the last class also. If you see the debates like people like Harish Rao, people like KCR, who are going to the news channels and debating, like even Professor Kodan Ram, everyone, they are dating back the discrimination against Telangana from SRC recommendations and gentleman's agreement onwards. Okay, the context what we read in first two chapters about the Nizams, Mulkis and all, it is there. Because Hyderabad state was once upon a time a reality. The Hyderabad state is nothing but the present day Telangana. So from 1953, that is from the Vellodi government, when they gone outside and the first democratic elections happened, and when Burgula was the chief minister, till 1956, those 3 years, we were independent state. The concept of Andhra Pradesh was not there. So we already experienced the independence, and being an independent state in the Union of India, we already have that experience. So people of Andhra saying that Telangana cannot rule itself or Telangana cannot sustain itself, all these are influenced mythical statements, myths. Those are the opinions of the Andhra rulers rubbed onto the Telangana people. Because for 3 years, Telangana was already a cash surplus state. In that context, Telangana is a surplus state with a proper capital, lot of funds of Nizam available, and reasonably developed state. Is going into agreement with Andhra, which came out of the Madras presidency without capital, without proper revenue generation system. When these two regions came together to form the Vishalandra concept, there was an agreement between the leaders. Okay, the most unfortunate thing is 6 or 7 people decided the fate of 2 regions just by being the virtue of leaders, which is not correct. Coming to the issue, 6 people have signed the agreement, 3 from Telangana, 3 from Andhra. Who are there from Telangana? Very important, because you may get a bit in prelims. Which of the following person is part of gentleman's agreement or not part of the gentleman's agreement? Burugula Ramakrishna Rao, Marrichenna Reddy, and J.V. Narsingh Rao from Telangana. Bezawada Gopal Krishna, Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy, and Alluri Satyanarayan Raju from Andhra Pradesh. From central, they were observers, but the signatories to this particular agreement are these 6 people. So what was the agreement all about? What are the salient points? Because the agreement can run into pages. What is our interest in this particular thing is, what are the salient points of this agreement, which in future were discarded by the United Andhra rulers, which led to the conflict between Telangana and Andhra regions. What are the points of agreement? Expenditure on general administration and state level officers between the two regions should be 2:1 sharing. That means Andhra should share 2/3 of the expenses, while Telangana will share 1/3 because of the virtue of population. And surplus from Telangana, TS means Telangana, please, because we are all well versed with TS, that's why I've used TS. Surplus from Telangana should be developed and diverted towards the development of Telangana only. Educational facilities of Telangana only for students of Telangana. Because if you see the history, Telangana literacy was less, but educational facilities were quite good. On the contrary, Andhra facilities were definitely good. Literacy was also good. But by virtue of joining the Telangana region, the Telangana rulers felt that Andhra people will come into significant number and start enjoying the facilities of Telangana. So they said education of Telangana should be used only for students of Telangana. And the employment of the future should be based on the population of two regions, not a unanimous unity. You should not club both the regions and call for employment. What is the population in Telangana? What is the population in Andhra? And the employment should be accordingly distributed. Clear with these points? And they said Urdu has to be continued for 5 years. Knowledge of Telugu should not be a condition for employment. Very, very important. So Telangana people, they knew how to speak and write Telugu, but they never insisted that knowledge of Telugu should be a condition for employment. No. And as far as the Telangana employment is concerned, Mulki rules are to be followed for the employment in Telangana. The Regional Committee for Development of Telangana, and there should be the agricultural lands. The Regional Committee should safeguard the development of Telangana and also safeguard the agricultural lands. Regional Committee should safeguard the lands of Telangana, agricultural lands of Telangana, and a regional committee which is formed should be proactive in the development of Telangana. And this gentleman's agreement will be reviewed by this regional committee after 10 years of implementation. And since the distribution is there, the ministers from Telangana and Andhra should be in the ratio of 60:40. The ministers ratio should be in the 60:40. Okay, ministers ratio should be in 60:40. That is 60% from Andhra. Okay, it just got reversed. It should be vice versa. I'll edit it. Based on the population, 60 should be Andhra, 40 should be Telangana. That is 2/3. 2/3. Okay. CM and Deputy CM should be having a sharing of posts. Like example, if the CM is from Andhra, Deputy CM is from Telangana. If the CM is from Telangana, Deputy CM from Andhra. So this kind of power sharing between the two regions should be happening. And amongst the portfolios like finance, home, Panchayati Raj, planning, commerce and industries, among these 5 crucial posts, 2 should be reserved for Telangana. So with all these important conditions, on 20th February 1956, this particular gentleman's agreement was signed by the 6 members and presented to the union for taking appropriate action. So the Telangana leaders have suggested the name Andhra Telangana of the state, while Andhra leaders have said we want Andhra Pradesh. So there was no consensus or agreement amongst the leaders with regard to the name of the state. So that was kept aside. And then Telangana leaders said, boss, with regard to High Court, please have a High Court bench in Guntur. You can have a High Court bench in Guntur, so that we at Hyderabad High Court, that is the Telangana High Court, because many of our lawyers are Urdu speaking or not so comfortable with Telugu, let them have Hyderabad High Court as it is, because now if the two regions are coming together, you have a region you have a bench of your own in Guntur, better for you. But Andhra people said, no, not required. We will have High Court only at Hyderabad, and we will allow for translation for people who are not aware of Telugu. So this was the issue with regard to the High Court. So these are the very, very, very important points on which the gentleman's agreement was formed. Any doubts here, please? Just take some time, go through the points, very important. And you may directly get a question on gentleman's agreement. Is it clear? Clear? I'll just run the slides again for you. These are the points of agreement. Please let me know if everyone is clear. Fine. So that is about gentleman's agreement. So lot of pomp, lot of show going to Delhi, signing a beautiful agreement. Telangana provisions are taken care. So the leaders felt, okay, fine. Based on this, state of Andhra was formed. So this is the agreement. Okay. So what are the safeguards for this agreement? The agreement is signed. So how do I safeguard? What do you mean by safeguard? How do I ensure that the points mentioned in the agreement are implemented in letter and spirit? How do one ensure that the points mentioned in this particular agreement are implemented in letter and spirit? So the first important safeguard was there should be one legislature for entire AP. So there should be one legislature for entire AP, and there will be only one governor for having to run the business. So since there is only one legislature, the Andhra people, Telangana people will come and sit together, and the thought is that they'll ensure the implementation of gentleman's agreement. Second thing is, with regard to the matters of employment in the United Andhra, Telangana will be treated as a single region, that is single zone. And all the people in Telangana will be given preference within Telangana. Okay. All the people within Telangana will be given preference within Telangana because they will be treated as a single region. And there shall be a regional committee, as we have just discussed. There shall be a regional committee which exclusively looks into the development of Telangana and also the agricultural lands of Telangana, because no Andhra people should come and procure huge fields, agricultural fields in Telangana that will be against to the interest of Telangana. It will also ensure that the revenue collected from the Telangana, the surplus of that revenue will be spent on the development of Telangana. And the matters pertaining to the regional committee will be submitted to the governor for his or her final decision. And this regional committee has certain scope. That is, it looks into the overall development and the economic planning of Telangana. It will ensure that timely elections take place and people are properly placed in the Panchayati Raj system. That is, the local self-government is in proper place. The primary and secondary education of the local needs of Telangana are taken care. The regulation of educational institutions in Telangana is done by this regional committee. It will ensure that the public health and sanitation in the Telangana region is given utmost importance. That is, public health means establishment of proper hospitals, maintenance of hygiene, cleanliness. All these are ensured in the region of Telangana. It ensures that the sale of agricultural lands in Telangana happens to only Telangana people and not Andhra or Rayalaseema people. It ensures that the cottage and small scale industries in Telangana are promoted and encouraged by the government of the day. It also ensures that the agricultural cooperative societies, markets, etc. in Telangana are all in place and proper leadership is assigned to those responsibilities. So the agreement is very, very holistic in nature. Gentleman's agreement or Pedda Manushala Oppandam has not only the points but also the safeguards for implementation of the agreement. The irony is it was never implemented. That's why the Telangana people were aggrieved and the agitation picked up. But the agreement was very comprehensive, very clear, and the safeguards also were in place. In this context, the final agreement was signed by these people. Okay, even the KV Rangareddy was joining this. So final agreement with the safeguards was signed on 14th of August 1956. Initially draft was signed there and the final agreement was signed here after having the safeguards in place. So gentleman's agreement, another important topic, milestone, whatever you want to call it, you can call it. Okay. You can expect a sure shot question in paper 6 with regard to gentleman's agreement. So is it clear? If you want, you can go through the slides once again. These are the safeguards. Fine. So the next important topic is the formation of Andhra Pradesh and imposition of Telangana. Imposition on Telangana. So formation of Andhra Pradesh, we all know it happened on 1st of November 1956. For many days, it was our state formation day. and it used to have a lot of celebrations. We used to have holidays in our schools. So today, what is our state formation day? Yeah, June 2nd. Good. So this also can be a prelims bit. Sometimes such small questions also we tend to miss. June 2nd is the Telangana Formation Day. We have abandoned the 1st November 1956, right from the formation of Telangana. So the formation of Andhra Pradesh is a major milestone because the formation of Andhra Pradesh happened on certain assurances by the Andhra rulers who claimed for Vishalandra towards their counterparts in Telangana by the concept called Gentleman's Agreement. The basis for formation of Andhra Pradesh was the Gentleman's Agreement. Ironically, it was never implemented in letter and spirit. Nehru, on the contrary, he always respected Hyderabad as a wonderful cosmopolitan and multicultural society. Okay, cosmopolitan is the present word, but Hyderabad was a multicultural society. We discussed this many times. It was the confluence of culture. Marathas, Kannadigas, Telugus, and then Urdu, Sunnis, Shias, Christians, Hindus, Sikhs, all castes like Yadavas, Velamas, Brahmins, Reddis, Vaishyas, all castes, all religions, some important regions came together to form the confluence of culture called Hyderabad. And to be honest, Nehru never wanted to divide Hyderabad and then make Telangana into Andhra Pradesh and then remaining regions into Maharashtra and Kannada. He never wanted that to happen because he enjoyed the multicultural nature of the state. What happened? If you recollect our past classes, the Nizam has complained to UNSC, United Nations Security Council, about the independence of Hyderabad state in the new country called India, and he asserted his independence and he wanted to be a separate nation by himself. Okay. In this context, there was every now and then Pakistan was bringing up the issue of Hyderabad in the United Nations. We know this. And India was trying to assert its sovereignty, saying that it's an internal issue. Don't bother. Pakistan, you don't bother to speak about this issue time and again. We know what to do with Hyderabad. So that was the stand of Indian government in UNSC. But then Pakistan was continuously bringing this topic again and again in UNSC. In this context, Nehru, always in the back of the mind, was afraid or was thinking about the situation, a day where Pakistan will pass a resolution for independence of Hyderabad, and if some people support, it will be an embarrassment to India. This was what he was thinking. And then in this context only, he thought, let's break Hyderabad and then merge it with other parts of India. And in this context only, it is said that he agreed for merger of Telangana into Andhra in the name of Vishalandra, so that the complete idea of Hyderabad state itself is vanished. So tomorrow, if the topic of Hyderabad comes in UNSC, they say, where is Hyderabad? There is nothing called Hyderabad. It is just a state capital of a state called Andhra Pradesh. It is no more a different state by itself. It's an internal issue, it's resolved. People are no more aggrieved. They're happy. So this is the projection, international projection. So that is said to be one of the ideas of the central government to have agreed for the merger of Telangana and Andhra to form Andhra Pradesh. Is it clear? And then Nehru was a very democratic person. What he wanted is, he wanted the rulers or the leaders of Andhra to win confidence of Telangana, and then only I'll merge Telangana with Andhra. In that context, only the gentleman's agreement came. He said, you just come and ask Vishalandra, I'm not going to give that, because for me, Vishalandra sounds like a feudal term. I don't agree with that. You win over Telangana guys and come to me. Then I'll give you a joint state. In that context, the attempt made to win the confidence of Telangana leaders is the Gentleman's Agreement of 1956. What happened is, the people who signed this gentleman's agreement were never in favor of implementing it, especially the Andhra rulers. Andhra rulers never wanted to implement the gentleman's agreement in letter and spirit. One among them was the prominent person, the first CM of joint Andhra Pradesh, that is 1956, was Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy. This person was never in favor of assurances given through gentleman agreement. And what was the first agreement? With the CM is from Andhra, deputy CM should be from Telangana. He simply bypassed it. He did not implement, or he did not give the post of deputy CM to any of the Telangana colleague. And Marri Channa Reddy, a very famous leader of Telangana, one of the members of the gentleman agreement, he was bypassed, he was put aside and not given a berth in cabinet, while a person called V. Basavaraju, who was a settler from Andhra Pradesh and claimed himself to be Mulki, he was given a cabinet berth in place of Marri Channa Reddy. So clear discrimination right from day one against the Telangana leaders and the assurances given in the gentleman's agreement. And the Telangana Regional Committee or Council, which was supposed to be formed, was actually part of the gentleman's agreement. Initially, the plan was to make it a council. Council has more power than committee, because committee's recommendations are not binding on the government, while council is like a almost statutory body. interstate council. You can make it statutory. Okay. So though it is not statutory in our case, so this regional council was formed through the presidential order in the 1st February, on the 1st February 1958, and it was called Committee, Telangana Regional Committee, TRC, the Telangana Regional Committee. The chairman of this committee was Achyut Reddy, and the vice chairman was Mausama Begum. And this Achyut Reddy was Telangana representative of the Congress. So how was the committee initially planned? As per the order, is the committee will have 20 members. These 20 members, we know their roles and responsibilities. We have just seen that. What is the role of TRC, the Telangana Regional Committee? And these 20 members, among these 20, 9 will be MLAs from the 9 districts of Telangana. At the time, Telangana had 9 districts. 9 members from 9 districts of Telangana. 6 members who are MLAs or MPs and elected by the MLAs of Telangana Assembly. That means within the assembly, whatever is the Telangana MLAs, they will elect the 6 members. And 5 members are directly elected by the MLAs of Telangana Assembly to this particular committee. That means 9 MLAs, 6 MLAs or MPs elected by the legislature, and 5 individual members elected by the legislature. Here legislature means the Telangana MLAs only. The electorate, the electoral college of this particular TRC is with regard to Telangana MLAs or legislatures only. And we have seen the proposed powers that they are responsible for the sale of the agricultural land. They are responsible for the setting up of primary and secondary institutions. And they are responsible for the setting up of institutions which are passed by the legislature of the state. They are here to regulate the fees and the educational institutions. They have the power and observe prohibition in Telangana. They can encourage the cooperatives and the agricultural lands and markets, etc. They supervise jobs, recruitment process, etc. The entire council or the entire committee, the 20-member committee, was again supposed to have subcommittees like subcommittee for agricultural land, subcommittee for educational institutions, subcommittee for prohibition of Telangana, prohibition in Telangana, and then some ad hoc committees. What are ad hoc committees? Committees which have specific agenda. After that, they get dissolved. And Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy, the first Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, did not form the council at all. Though the presidential order was there, he did not form the council at all. Again, a gross violation of gentleman's agreement. First, no deputy prime minister, deputy chief minister. Next, Marichanna Reddy ignored. Next, did not form the TRC at all. Only in 1960, the chief minister Damodaram Sanjeevaya, when he came to power, he nominally appointed the TRC. And the problem is, from then, there was continuous rivalry between the TRCs and the governments of the day. Most of these chief ministers are from the Andhra region. The TRC is giving extensive recommendations with regard to the development of Telangana. Because the scope is so wide, the canvas for the development in Telangana was so huge, and this committee was empowered to act on various subjects. In this regard, the governments of the day will be uncomfortable. When the committee becomes stronger, the governments will not agree for those recommendations with some or the other reasons. The recommendations of the TRCs were ignored by various governments over a period of time, hence leading to lot of grievance. Clear? Is it clear? Yeah. That we'll discuss. That is the next topic. We'll do it in the next class. The violation of safeguards. If you see at the bottom of the slide, there are safeguards. See, Kaushik, ultimately, whatever is on the paper, someone should have the intent of implementing it. That's where the Telangana people have challenged the hegemony of Andhra rulers, right? You can have a beautiful constitution, but if you don't have the intuition or the intention to implement the constitutional morality or the values, how many times will you run to the court to protect your fundamental rights? Are you able to understand? It's just a similar example. So the agreement was done, safeguards were there, but the intent, because while joining the state, Andhra rulers gave so many assurances. But while after getting into the power, they one by one discarded. And hence you see, when I'm saying Telangana Regional Council Committee versus the government, it is predominantly because there are certain safeguards. That's why this committee is becoming more stronger. So what they will do, they will not form the committee at all. Only when the committee is formed, there is a safeguard, right? Not forming the committee or placing their people in the committee. If you want to manipulate, you can manipulate 100 ways. Got it? So do this question before we wind up today's class. The first question. What are the responsibilities of TRC, that is Telangana Regional Committee, as per the gentleman's agreement? How did it differ in presidential order? Yeah, first question, please. Yeah, first question answer. What were the responsibilities of TRC as per the gentleman's agreement? How did it differ in the presidential order? So Amulya gave the answer. So Amulya, you can just add a line about the history about TRC. The idea of TRC was part of the gentleman's agreement. The gentleman's agreement should come somewhere. The idea of TRC was part of the gentleman's agreement to safeguard the development of Telangana region in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh. Okay. So how did it differ from in the presidential order? The plan was to have a council with certain statutory powers, but then the presidential order, the committee was formed with only recommendatory nature, and to an extent, not completely, to an extent diluting the powers of the committee. Yeah, good. Shruti, it differed in the presidential order because the government of the day was never going to implement what the committees are going to say. Yeah, anyone else want to add certain points to this? Okay, so here the difference is initially it was supposed to be council with larger jurisdiction and larger powers, but when it became a committee, it became a recommendatory body, and then the presidential has passed the order for Telangana Regional Committee, and then when it was formed, it was called Andhra Pradesh Regional Committee. Andhra Pradesh Regional Committee order in 1958. So the powers are diluted because of committee, and then there are many, the presidential order did not contain many safeguards as announced in the gentleman's agreement. So obviously, who will be responsible? In 1956, state is formed. 1958 presidential order is coming, and it is not honoring the 1956 pact. The person in the power, the chief minister or the Andhra leaders, will be held responsible for the non-reflection of points between gentleman's agreement and the presidential order. So in that way, it was different. And then how the Andhra Telangana name became Andhra Pradesh is when it went, it's a very peculiar thing. The center agreed for Andhra Telangana name, but when it went to Lok Sabha for voting, one Andhra MP got up in the floor of assembly and said, "Sir, instead of Andhra Telangana, I propose Andhra Pradesh." Accepted, agreed, done. So it was very strange because the name issue was so much conflicting, and just by an MP raising in the floor of Lok Sabha and proposing a change to the motion, they changed the name of the state to Andhra Pradesh. So there is a clear-cut intentions to not honor certain commitments given to the Telangana. This is what has triggered the grievances. Of course, in the next class, we'll see how the safeguards, as Kaushik asked, how the safeguards which were supposed to be there were being violated. And the logical outcome of the violation of safeguards is the Telangana movement. So that's why I keep saying history is a flow. Nothing, it's like people did not react or want Telangana desperately. We trusted. 1953 and 1956, we were a separate state. Vishalandra proposed. We said, is it required? They said, no, we are giving you certain assurances. We asked, what is the guarantee these assurances are honored? They said, we are giving you safeguards. They said, okay. We said, okay. And then we emerged in the state. Then the first day, we have seen Deputy Chief Minister is not implemented. We said, okay, fine. And next going forward, we said, the assurances are not implemented. Then they said, okay, instead of council, they made committee, and committee recommendations are not honored by the government. And then at some point, this elasticity will break, and that break point is the Telangana movement. So next class, we'll see how these violations have been done, how the reaction was there. We always see the Hyderabad state, when it was the Kannada regions and the Marathwada regions were removed, only the Telangana place was there. Telangana area was there. The Telugu speaking or the Urdu speaking Telangana area. So in the reorganization itself, Hyderabad state lost certain wings, that is the Marathi regions and the Kannada regions, and now only Telangana was there. Hence, the Telangana region came into the picture. Fine. On that note, we'll wind up the session today. And in the next class, we'll finish off the chapter 3 and enter into the chapter 4. Okay? Clear? Ishwar also has written an answer. Yes, Ishwar, you have covered all the points. Okay? Okay. Good night.